Hmm. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Simply Kia, girl. Hey, LaRon, we ain't seen you in the chat in a minute, girl. What's going on? Hey, Miss Mara. Yes, good morning, Claudia. So I am covering this trial. I am covering this trial. I'm just y'all. I'm so tired of Karen Reed. I never want to see another Karen Reed trial. But we're gonna finish up Jen McKay whenever she comes back. Hopefully they saying she gonna be done by lunch tomorrow. So after that, I'm only doing just little small recaps on Karen Reed. I'm not even making content on it, but we'll be watching other trials so we can keep our sanity because I think we're all gonna be mental patients by the end of that trial. I'm not playing. Very, very serious. So did you all watch day 3 of this trial? If you didn't, I'll give you a quick recap on what went on in day 3. So in day 3, we had the oh wait a minute. Let me wait and see if y'all even watched it. Did y'all watch the end of day 3 yesterday? Let me know some. I'm gonna save it. I look a hot mess, but I do want. I can't put my camera on for whatever reason. So yeah, I can't cut my camera on. Girl, I haven't even seen day 1. Girl, Kia ain't seen day 1, honey. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little synopsis on what's really going on with this trial real quick. Okay, so this is the trial of Tyre Nichols. He was unalived. He was murdered by 5 police officers who were a part of a Scorpion team down in Memphis, Tennessee. Now, the Scorpion team is they claim that they were under the direction of their leadership to go out and have a no tolerance policy on any type of crime. So it doesn't matter if it was a misdemeanor or a felony, it was their job to enforce the law to its full extent. On this particular night, Tyre was pulled over by 2 officers who yanked him out of the car, threw him down on the ground, and they yanked him out of the car, put him out on the ground. He was pepper sprayed and tasered, and he got up and basically ran away. It was like really, really a lot of excessive force. When this occurs, the 2 officers make a call over the radio and alert, like, okay, we've got a suspect running. They then pepper sprayed and tased, and basically they got away. And so other officers come and respond, right? The thing is, there were really 6, and I'm going to give this context because this 6th officer is going to be testifying today. But the thing is, there were 6 officers involved, but only 5 were actually charged with his murder. And so when they actually catch up with him, the other 5 police officers actually brutally beat him. And I'll kind of go over some of the testimony from the ME from yesterday, just to kind of give our yesterday recap. But they basically brutally beat him. His mom goes to the hospital to see him. And then naturally he succumbs to his injuries. And so these guys are on trial. They were facing federal and state charges in the federal court for civil rights violations. They were found guilty. 2 of the 5 actually pled out and pled guilty. And one of them testified in the trial in order to have consideration on taken on his sentencing. These guys are facing up to life sentences for this incident. And that's where we kind of are. So that's kind of just like the background. And Kid, if you have any other questions, anybody from the Telegram is gonna be happy to jump in the comments and answer them for you. As trial gets started here in 10 minutes. So just to kind of give us a quick rundown on what occurred on yesterday. So yesterday we had Derek Miller. He was the TBI specialist, which is like Texas Bureau of Investigation special agent, testify. He was the digital forensic. He basically explained how they, get the data off the phones. He basically confirmed that nothing was altered and that one of the police officers down at the scene, when it, after they beat up Tyre, he took pictures of Tyre and sent them to other people. So that was confirmed. Radisha Mackey, she was a Memphis police record clerk. She came, and basically they were able to get the oaths of office for all 5 officers that were on the trial submitted into evidence, basically because the state is basically saying y'all violated your oath of office. So she was there, and she brought in the oaths of office, and that was admitted into evidence. The third witness yesterday was Dr. Marco Ross. He was the chief medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Tyre Nichols. He confirmed that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. He talked about how he had brain hemorrhaging, swelling, and oxygen loss. What was crazy about his testimony is that he basically said that he's only really ever seen those injuries in car accidents. The injuries that he suffered were ones that you would see somebody have if they were in a car accident. They did a toxicology report on him. It basically said that he had THC in his system, so he might smoke a little weed. It was a little alcohol in his system, and that he had an anti-seizure medication in his system, but they did not cause or contribute to his death. He on cross-examination, basically he couldn't classify his death as a murder or manslaughter, only the cause. And then on cross-examination, they also talked about delays on whether the fatal blows came from the officers on trial or not. And the defense tried to distance, of course, the defendants from the fatal thing. But here's the thing. All of this is caught on camera. We see them we see the guy come out and baton him on the arm to give him some of the bruises that he had in his muscles. We see them hold him on the ground, pin him on the ground. We see the kicks to the head. We see them hold him by both arms while standing, while he gets punched by the officer. So we see where the blunt force trauma to the head came from. Like there's no question or doubt about that based on those videos. So very, very interesting cross-examination on that yesterday. And then we basically concluded with the state arresting after Dr. Ross's testimony. They basically, I can't even get my words out, y'all. I'm so sorry. And then after that, of course, they did their directed verdicts, which were denied because everything is going to the jury per Judge J. Jones, who is a Black man, by the way. Let's shout out Judge J. Jones out there, exuding Black excellence. And the defense is going to put on a case. With that being said, y'all, the 6th officer, whom I really didn't talk too much about, is going to be testifying. His name is former officer Hemphill. He actually lost his job. He wasn't fired after the incident, and he also faced no charges related to this murder. He is the only white officer out of the 6 that were actually somewhat involved in the altercation. And he is heard on the camera saying, "I hope they stump the fuck out of him when they catch him." He also may have possibly alleged that Tyre tried to reach for his gun So we're gonna see in day 4 today. We're gonna be picking up with the defense putting on their case. I don't think it's going to be very, very long. I know there's maybe 1 or 2 witnesses from at least one of the defendants. Shout out to our girl Che in the chat who let us know who those witnesses were. And shout out to Jen Wynn, who's also been keeping me up to date on this trial while we were trying to watch Karen Reed. And we're going to watch that today. So court should start here at 9:00 Central Time. So in about 6 minutes. And we're going to get it cracking, y'all. We're going to get it cracking. There's also a second trial that I'm covering. I'm sorry, a third trial that I'm also knee deep into, and that is the trial up in Michigan with Patrick Lyoya. He was murdered by a police officer as well during a traffic stop where he was shot and he was basically held down and shot in the back of his head. And so that is the other trial that we're going to be watching. So I'm gonna I didn't get to watch it yesterday, and y'all, let me tell y'all how I found this really, really cool tool that allows me to take YouTube videos and throw it into a little thing and give me the transcript for the day, so I can just pull out the key points of the trial to make sure that we are all staying abreast on what's going on, because it's hard to watch all these trials in one shot. Trial be 8 hours long some days, and it's a little difficult. So I don't call it a cheat. I call it a good way for us to work smarter and not harder. So I will be trying to gather the notes on Patrick from yesterday, and I will actually get us a video out on TikTok today as well, going over his trial, making sure everybody is aware of what's going on, and recapping what happened in trial over the last 4 days. 3 days. Today will be day 4. So that is also on our menu. So shout out to everybody that has joined the chat. We got 18 people watching with us today. Shout out to y'all. Make sure that you hit the like button. If you haven't done so already, make sure that you subscribe. And then if you haven't done so, you can definitely become a member of the Taylor Game by getting a subscription. I believe they're like $1.99 or $2.99 or something. But you can also get a subscription. So let me go grab our notes for Patrick, and we're just waiting for Tyre's trial to start. So, good morning. Look at Sonya out here in the chat, y'all. We ain't seen Sonya in a minute either. Y'all been hiding. It's because we was looking at Karen Reed, wasn't it? I know. I know. Good morning, Keisha. LaRon is laughing at us, y'all, because it was definitely because we were watching Karen Reed. And don't get me wrong, y'all. It's an interesting trial. This was my first time in it, but child, the way they work my nerves over there is real bad. It's real bad. We got the judge not calling the balls and the strikes. We got the attorneys belaboring the points. I'm just it's far too much for me to deal with over there. Everybody lying. The privilege is all over the place. Y'all, so Sonya's daughter is getting married, y'all, and she is planning absolutely everything. And she told me that she was gonna send me the pictures. So I'm still waiting on my pictures to see Sonya pull everything together down at wedding. Keisha said she is glad for the break today, y'all. It's a mess. It's a funky mess. It's a funky, funky mess over there. But here's my thing. Where are the perjury charges? Where the hell are the perjury charges? Because these folks is lying left and right. And I know at first I was like, okay, the feds is not really gonna come in on this. But after I heard Jen lie on the stand yesterday, the feds is definitely coming to get their ass. Well, when I heard her admit to lying to the police the day that they came to her house, the FBI the day they came to her house, I said, yeah, they coming to get her ass. They coming to get her. It's hard to like anyone in that case. It's yeah, nobody has a likable personality over there at all whatsoever. You could tell like they probably the Alberts and the McCabe's, they probably run the damn town. Everybody got connections to somebody somewhere. You got people on the police department, you got people on the board that the police report to. It's just a mess. I said she didn't want to see it again. She said that she is, y'all. She said the wedding is June 8th. So yeah, I'm on crunch time. That is a beautiful day. That is the day that I had my wonderful special child, my son. And my birthday is 3 days after that. So I love it. It's gonna be a fantastic wedding. A wedding during Gemini season is always, always, always a great thing. The DOJ is definitely still watching Keisha. They because and here's my thing too. This our little theory over here too. Well, I don't know if y'all adopted this theory or not, but I'm gonna tell y'all I've adopted this theory. I believe that there's a bigger scheme. I don't because you know what I'm saying? You usually don't see the FBI intervene on these smaller cases like this, these state related cases. And it really just gives that there's either some other corruption going on with the people that are involved, or and that they've done this before. You know what I'm saying? We gonna see what's going on. We gonna see what's going on. Because if they break something outside of the current retrial, as like a bigger issue, I'm definitely gonna report on it. Kim says, "Hey, Shay is here. Good morning, Shay. Mrs. Singwa is in the building, y'all, and Felicia is here. Good morning, Felicia. Yes, girl. It's gonna be a beautiful wedding. We know you. We know you over there doing your thing. So you got to get us our pictures, girl. We love a Gemini, even though the June was a little bit different. We are definitely different, Brianna. We are definitely different. We are the cream of the crop, though. You gonna get what you asking for when you ask. When you get a June Gemini, you getting what you asking for. Now the May ones, they a little, they a little something too. But when you get the June one, you gonna get what you asking for. See, that's what I'm saying. Geminis unite. Geminis unite, Keisha. Good morning, D Wood. Everybody show our boy D Wood some love in the chat. He didn't enter the building. Yes, June is it's always lit. I don't know. I don't know. It's always lit. Yes, make sure y'all go out and hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Is Beta here? Did she step out? Y'all know Beta just had a baby. She just had a grandbaby. So Beta may be at the hospital or she may be caring for the child or helping out mommy. So you may see Beta in and out today. Okay, kid, let's go. You get what you asking for. Period. I'm a May one, so take it easy. Not too much on May. Okay, I got you, girl. I got you. Not too much on the Mays, but my cousin is a May Gemini, and we are completely different. Like I'm more, I would call myself more. I have a lot more energy than she does. Like I'm always kind of like ping, 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 ping. She's a lot more reserved. You know what I mean? Um, my twins, we kind of talk to each other. We have a dialogue. Her twins, one just take over, and that just be the end all be all with her. My twins, we be trying to convince each other a little bit, and we gonna switch back and forth a lot. Her twin is gonna just pop out, boom, and beat her. It's just it's one of them things. It's definitely one of them things. Everybody is greeting everybody. Claudia is in the building, y'all. I don't know if I've already said good morning to Claudia, but make sure y'all say good morning to her. And Angel has stepped in the building. Good morning, Angel. Tia is here. I've never been ashamed to say I love Geminis. Ain't met one yet that Didn't vibe with my tourists. Yeah, this is my cousin Tia. She's my real cousin Tia too, y'all. We missed you on Easter, girl. We had a good time. Them kids was running around here crazy. We got the trampoline fixed. And girl, we did money eggs for the Easter egg hunt. They went crazy. But I still put the littles in the front and the bigs in the back. So you got to come over this summer. We're gonna have a we're gonna have pool days. So make sure you and O'Shea come on by. And she says good morning. Just say, "Oh Lord, my husband is a May Gemini. He's too cool and calm for my liking sometimes." I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. They be real. She is very much. My cousin is very much composed. I don't have that in me, baby. I'm ready to go. Be talking. We be having a full blown conversation, as you should. My twin be turning me evil sometimes. Hmm. Celebrate all exactly. I do all season. All season. I listened to a guy last night that actually goes to trial every day. His descriptions are everything. I got twins. Lil D got a twin sister, Devin. I love that. I love Devin as a girl name. You know what I'm saying? I first of all, I don't know if you know this about me, D Wood, but I absolutely love a good unisex name. I don't know if we've had this conversation before, but all of my children have unisex names except for the two I didn't name. Okay, so two of the four. Um, but yeah, no, my oldest, her name is Samad. She was in a video with me yesterday. That's the first one that I had. Let's say that. Samaj is a unisex name. A lot of time when I first named her, a lot of people thought she was a boy. So she gets that sometimes. And then y'all know Marley. Marley. Mm, mm, mm. I'm gonna ease up off of it before they get on me. Before they get on me. Yes, I love a unisex name. I love a unisex name. Anyway. All right, y'all. Let me see what we got for um tell Molly to leave us alone. She yesterday, y'all. She threw her head back into Samaj. Samaj lip got swole up because baby, anything touch her, she turned to an apple. Um, she walked through her just beating on us. She walked with her knees bent, so I'm scared she's gonna be bow legged. She just do a whole lot. She do a whole lot. Hassan has entered the chat, y'all. Show Hassan some love. Say good morning to Hassan. Avery is such a cute unisex name to me. I can go on and on. I love them too. Avery is a beautiful name. Very, very pretty. Just making her presence known, girl. More than taking me through there, girl. Girl. So y'all know she was pregnant. So when I was pregnant with her, I used to tell them how much it hurt when she moved because she was nothing but bones, skin and bones. Okay. She was so little. And they thought I was exaggerating. And so yesterday she gonna call her the other day, not gonna say yesterday, but the other day she caught herself putting her elbow on me and using me as like a rest. I almost passed out. Cause baby, what are you doing? Not this again. Not this again. She do have a lot going on. She do have a lot going on. That's your partner, Hassan. Yeah. Shout out to Hassan who's in the chat. And Bama Girl has ended the chat, y'all. Make sure y'all show some love to Bama Girl. We just waiting for court to start here. I did give a recap on trial yesterday. Is everybody caught up on this trial? Is everybody caught up? Pretty much. Is the defense starting today? Yes. Okay, so I'll run through the recap one more time, just so that everybody can be up to speed on the full summary of day 3. So on my video, I didn't give a full summary. I just gave the what I thought was the most interesting, which was the chief medical examiner. But Mrs. Singwa, I will go ahead and give you and anybody else in the chat who may have missed the recap, a quick recap on who testified yesterday and what about. So the first witness was Derek Millers. He was a TBI special agent of digital forensics. He talked about, the methods to extract data out of phones, stuff like that. He basically said that none of the data was altered, and he talked about how the police officer had taken pictures and sent them to certain individuals or numbers, and that was, those were validated. Rodrisha Mackey was the Memphis police records clerk. She testified just to present the oaths of office for the 5 officers that were on trial. And that was just to get that into evidence, right? Because the state is alleging that they violated their oath of office. The witness number 3 was the chief medical examiner. He performed the autopsy on Tyre. He told us that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and to the neck. He had internal injuries of brain hemorrhaging, swelling, and oxygen loss. And then he also basically said that he compared those injuries to ones that he's seen in car crashes. The toxicology report came back and it showed THC, alcohol, and an anti-seizure medication, which they don't believe caused or contributed to death. He also, they also basically just confirmed that he couldn't necessarily classify the death as a murder or a manslaughter. And then it basically ended with him, and the directed verdicts were denied, and the defense is going to put on the case. So we are waiting for them to start court, and we're going to watch that today. So that's what's happening. This was it. And so I think that we, well, as y'all know, I still got to do my black person job, and as usual, everything has gone to hell this morning. Everything has gone to hell. They sending me messages left and right. Now I could have sworn court was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. What they got going on up there? Let me make sure I ain't okay, we good. Okay. They want to go over some Oh, Sonya, that's so funny. So I was watching this video yesterday. So y'all know I'm 30 plus. I'm I'm really like halfway through my 30s, y'all, for real. But um I was watching this video yesterday and it was like on TikTok, it was like, yeah, let me give y'all the rules for the 30 and up rules for the summer. It's like I don't go outside at 9 o'clock. So if you want me to go outside and be outside with you at 9 o'clock, you need to make sure that you had something planned by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And I already got to be out because if I ain't already out, I ain't going. I said, okay, clock it. They say, yeah, if you come over my house talking about we about the pregame and we get tipsy and we start laughing and giggling and spilling tea, girl, we not going. Hang it up. I said, okay, clock it. Clock that tea. They say if I call you and there's any doubt that comes from your mouth when I ask you, are we still doing this? I'm not going. I said, you know what? If that ain't me right there, clock that tea. Clock that tea. It was another one too. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, the rules have definitely changed. And now I have discovered too, Sonya, that it's the party get jumping when I get there. Okay, because I ain't got time to be coming outside wasting my time. I could be in the house in my bed. I can still be in my bed. Like I don't really have to. I don't, really don't have to go nowhere. Andrew says these are all facts for the 40 plus crew. Heavy on the are we still doing this? Is this still what we about to do? Because I know we said it. It sounded good in at the moment, but if we don't gotta go, baby, we don't really have to go. Okay, so I got a question for y'all. I love a good theme. Don't get me wrong. I love a good theme. But do y'all feel like people are going overboard with the themes for the parties? Did she say just wait till you get to your 50s? Do y'all feel like that? Okay, so let me give y'all a little backstory. So my cousins, they are they're my older cousins, right? So these are my mom's first cousin, my second cousins, and now that I'm of age, everybody hang out with everybody now. We not the kid. I'm not the kid no more. In my own life. And it's like at this point in time, like they always have a good theme going on. Keisha, because why are you trying to text me 10 minutes before? Like we were supposed to have a meeting about this earlier this morning. It's so funny. Um, and so I think that they do like things to everything or whatever, or just people in general. I'm not even gonna just call it my cousins because it's people in general. I get this a lot. They'll invite you somewhere and then they'll be like, oh, this is the color that you gotta wear. Oh, this is the thing that I want you to do. And these are all events where you already gotta come with a gift. And I just sometimes like I be, misreading or just maybe not reading. You send me the invite, I'm like, okay, I'm for the RSVP, I got it, I'm good, I'm going. Let me make sure I plan out my gift. And then the day of or the day before, somebody like, yeah, you gotta wear XYZ. And I'm like, what? I do who? Like, do you want me to come or do you not want me to come? Like, what's up? I'm almost tired. I say all this to say, y'all, I'm almost tired of the things. I'm almost tired of the things. I'm tired of the things, Tia. Like, shoot, just let me come. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's like a big event, like a wedding, and you be like, okay, everybody wear black in my wedding. Everybody wear, okay, I can get with it. I can get with it. When we were talking about a baby shower, girl, it's a baby shower. I came here for some rotel, some salad, some meatballs, some chicken wings, and some pasta. Like, hey, Jasmine. That's what I came here for. Like, I brought my gift, and now you want me to go digging through the closet for an outfit. And don't get me wrong, Imma come dressed. Imma come looking good, but child. I literally have 2 events coming up, that I have to wear theme clothes. A birthday party wearing pink and a bridal shower that's denim and pearls. And don't get me wrong, I love a good theme. I just feel like we didn't took it overboard, y'all. Everything that we do have a theme. You can't even come to the cookout without your shirt on. Like, come on there. Y'all, okay, y'all. Everybody drop some hearts in the chat for our girl Skin because she back. She said she back at work and she back trial watching with us. So show Skin some love, y'all. She's in the building. She is in the building. Okay, but Angel, are you ready though? Are you ready for these events? Like you got your pearls and your denims and your pink. I do. I think that's cute though. I do think that's really cute. But like those are like real groupie. You know what I'm saying? Like real groupie type event. Yes, girl. We miss her. We miss her. We miss her. Okay, so yesterday in the Christopher Sker trial. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more before we talk about this because the taser is an important part of this trial for Christopher Sker. I don't know if y'all familiar with it or not, but I think I kind of talked about it earlier. But the taser expert took the stand yesterday. She said got it all in the mail yesterday. Well, today, which was crazy, we had to decide between two events. But my son is having his kindergarten celebration today, so I had to order him something, a little outfit today for my boy. He got some black pants, a little white shirt with a little bow tie. He gonna be so cute with his suspenders on. Um, we got him doing his little thing today, and then Samaj had a violin. She had a little violin recital tonight, but she gonna miss that because my son, my only son, is only gonna leave kindergarten one time, so she gonna have to not attend that tonight. But I say all that to say, girl, I had to order some too, and it came today on time. It came on time. I'm just going out here to check and see if I can find any chatter online about what's taking course so long. Let me see if I can, Yes, I said that this was yesterday. He took that picture of Tyre and shared it 11 times. 11 times. Let's see if April is out here covering today. April isn't showing anything. Now y'all know today is National Law Day. Oh, child, the picture of him is oh, the thing is nobody's really covering it, and so a lot of the my thread just really only talk about Karen Reed right now, and I can't wait until it's over. I'm like going out to different news sources to see if they are anybody's dropped anything. It's just a shame though. I low key kind of hate that. He got some Jordans. My boy got some Jordans. This be wood. I'm gonna cuff them pants up and put his little Jordans on. They gonna say, well, "Why you ain't gonna get him some nice little loafers?" Because I don't got time. He got shoes in the closet that he ain't never put on. We gonna bust them joints out. Yeah, yeah. This his first little formal. This his first little formal event anyway. So I'm excited. I'm super excited. He had his hair. He got dreads, and so his hair had been pulled up. Um, in some burl knot, not burl knots, but burl twist braids. I don't know. I don't know. My cousin did it, but they ended up. Let's see if I can check another channel and see if it's strong. His hair finally straightened out from there. So I think my boy gonna be looking real suave tonight. All right, well this makes me feel a little bit better. We at minimum got a seal over here. I always go on Nike.com. I'm a Nike girl, so I always go on Nike.com to look for any shoes. So I would encourage you to go there. So while we're waiting for court to start, I'm gonna throw us over in a random docket watch just so that I'm not just talking to myself. Give me a little break, go grab something to drink, and then as soon as court starts, we will be back over in the Tyre Nichols trial. So enjoy docket watch for a little bit.
You now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. You will be randomly tested. If you test positive, your bond will be revoked, so go into custody. You understand?
Yes.
You are not allowed to drive unless you have a Texas driver license and liability insurance in your name. As long as you have those, you may continue to drive. Just don't use. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
It is alcohol.
Great. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance, but you must stay in touch with them and they'll tell you if and when you have to come back to court. For now, we'll have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. You'll get with Roxanne for your bond conditions and then you're free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, page 27, royalty, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Royalty.
Or sir.
Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 24th, 2025, law enforcement officer was dispatched to a Shell gas station in Harris County, Texas. Upon arrival, the officer observed the motor vehicle to have crash damaged and to be disabled and inoperable. The law enforcement officer observed the defendant sitting in the driver's seat. The law enforcement officer observed constricted pupils, slow speech, and unsteady balance. The defendant stated that he was driving his vehicle before the accident and that he does not know what he wrecked into. The defendant stated he did not know where he was coming from before the crash. The defendant stated he consumed one alcoholic beverage. He also stated that he inhaled nitrous oxide approximately 20 minutes before the crash. Standard field sobriety tests were conducted. A 0 out of 6 was recorded on the HGN, a 3 out of 8 on the walk and turn, a 2 out of 4 on the one-leg stand. The law enforcement officer observed an empty bottle of vodka on the driver's side floorboard, an empty vodka bottle inside the center console, and a half-empty beer in the back seat. The law enforcement officer observed 3.3 liters of space gas containers of nitrous oxide and 14 1-liter nitrous oxide containers. The defendant is the registered owner of the motor vehicle. The defendant agreed to a breath test strip. However, the law enforcement officer notes that there was an interferent error and the breath test was unable to be collected. The law enforcement officer called for a drug recognition expert who completed an evaluation. The drug recognition expert stated the defendant is under the influence of cannabis and is unable to operate a motor vehicle safely. The defendant consented to a blood test and a sample was collected.
Okay. Mr. Royalty, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication, and that includes nitrous oxide, whippets, anything of this nature. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
If I find that you use, I will revoke your bond, put you in jail, no more PR bonds. Any priority to guys?
No priority to
License?
eligible.
And you may continue to drive as long as you have a license and liability insurance in your name. If you don't have either, then you're not allowed to drive. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can have you fill out an application. We'll take a look to see whether you qualify. I need to know everything about you, how much money you have at the bank, what you do for a living, what kind of car you drive, how much money you have coming in, and I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. Deputy Miranda is going to give you the application. I'll have you sign a receipt with Victoria, and then we'll have you take a seat in the jury box. Sir, please.
Judge, that's it for now.
Okay. Mark Metz.
All right, okay.
What's the deal, Pickle?
We are here on the National Times. It's number the VA.
Torres is the last name? Okay.
We're waiting on some medical reports from the hospital, but that's not gonna, I don't think, make or break the case. He said that he just made an offer.
Are you happy?
The reset.
Are you happy with the offer?
I haven't even seen the offer. He just.
I put it in
told me.
yesterday. It was a deferred, a classic, the T-Raz deferred.
So I just want some time to talk to him, and.
You're at 190 days old though, so it's time to make a decision. I'll give you a couple weeks, but
Yeah, that's.
your client's got to be here within the next 2 weeks to decide what we need to do. Okay? Okay, thanks, Mark, man. Hi, Sarah, you ready?
Good morning.
Hi.
I'm here for Mr. Torres.
Have enough.
So I think there was confusion. I approached yesterday to move his DVR to today, and I never talked to Vic about it, and that's my mistake. So it's off docket. So I have the cause number if you'd like. 2509942. I also talked to the state because we were set for today anyway about the DWPTI application mitigation packet, and we've not heard back yet. So
Where is he?
right there.
Come up, Mr. Torres.
He's from the live stream out for his approach.
I'm just sending him for a drug test. I'm
Oh,
sending you for a drug test. The next time you fail to test, you will go to jail. Do you understand me? Okay, take a seat for me. Okay, we'll let you know the results.
okay. So we just sit on the, wait for the
He needs
reset.
to come back.
Okay.
Then
Yeah.
I need your. Hold on, I might just. Hey, Sarah, can you maybe your cell phone and then I can
Sure.
text you that way you don't have
I'm
to.
happy to stay. That's okay.
No. Because you can always zoom in, you know?
Okay.
It's silly for you to wait.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You should
And
be.
then I'll let you know when you're back. Okay, counsel, come on. Yes, sir.
Richard Lott here for Ramon Jesus Delgado, Sears. RES.
I see it. Okay. Where are we?
I believe lady is looking for a reset. They need to talk to her. Yes, they just.
It's 190 days old. I mean, Cole, where are we at?
Judge, I've been trying to get in contact with the material witness that was very adamant on saying with ID, yet to be successful in getting in contact with her.
Okay, I'll give you one final week. That's it. It's 190 days old now. If you don't have it in a week, then move forward without the witness.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Okay, take care. Mr. Sims,
Judge, I have a plea on Josue Bueno.
okay, you mind bringing him up?
Now, before we set.
Morning, Mr. Bueno. Morning. You're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You have worked out an agreement. They're offering you 3 days in jail, credit for the 2 days that you've done. You need to understand that this charge is going on your record. It will be there for the rest of your life. Next time you get pulled over, if you have any kind of funky smell, it's probably not going to go well for you because the first thing officers do, they look at your record. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine the accusers. If you're not a citizen, the possible immigration consequence, you can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. So once you plead guilty, you can never change it. So you didn't want to do PTI.
Judge, we discussed it and he couldn't get the character letters together and
It's a damn shame, Mr. Bueno, you know, because I'm going to tell you, you had the ability to get this thing dismissed. Now you're pleading guilty to this. One day you're going to look back and say, why didn't I take the time to get it done? This will affect you for the rest of your life.
It's possible.
No, you're now at 200 days. You've done nothing. No, you've had plenty of time to get it done, not on the day of when you're set to plead.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is this, Mr. Bueno, I'm going to tell you that if you come back here with another DWI, it is a minimum of 30 days in jail for anything that you pick up. Not only that, if you continue to endanger the community, a second DWI, it's a $6,000 surcharge. So get ready. If you want to get lit, take find another way, Uber, Lyft, whatever it may be. How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty?
Good, sir.
I'm going to find you guilty. I will send it to you to the agreement. I'm going to suspend your license for 90 days, sir. Do not drive until you get a license. Good luck.
Would you be willing to waive the DPS fine?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kent.
Judge,
Hey.
be very, very quick. Stacy's on Zoom.
Let me-
It's-
Hi, Stacy.
Good morning, Judge.
You do this ahead of time. It's a pre-signed waiver, Judge. She already has a copy. I sent her my email.
Got it. Okay.
It's only because he was
Here now.
he's in the whole. Yes, Judge.
Have you explained this to him?
So I explained it last time, Your Honor. I tried calling the holdover today because we were under the understanding that he had signed a waiver aside from that one. But if he can step out so he can understand what's going, because I know last time he was.
Please. Do you know the name? Okay.
Was there a CI offer? Correct.
Morning, Mr. Groves.
Morning.
I'm bringing you out just to give you an update of what's going on with your case. You were wanted out of the state of Ohio for a probation violation for I'm assuming that's weapons under disability.
Yes, I'm not familiar with the charge. I don't know what the Texas equivalent is.
The thing is this, Mr. Groves, is that when you sign for probation, no matter where you are, you need to read the fine print. Many times when you sign, you waive extradition by virtue of signing the agreement by saying, hey, if I ever take off, I will refuse to fight extradition. And that's what's happening now. So even if I wanted to give you a bond so you could go turn yourself into Ohio, I can't because you have already waived by virtue of signing for the probation. You understand? So that means that we give the demanding jurisdiction, which is Ohio here, 30 days to come get you. Okay? Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. May be excused.
Thanks, Ms. Morgan. Hi.
I'm here for Francisco Hernandez.
Okay.
He's here for a bond violation.
Okay, come up, Mr. Hernandez. It's Hernandez or
Mr.
Roxanne. What the
Waiver for something positive for THC.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay. I'm giving you a pass for 50 days from the time that we ordered you not to use. Don't use. Do you understand? So we ordered him not to use when? He's still testing positive. We ordered him not to use in January.
Well, he tested positive on April 7th, Judge, or not, on April 14th, rather.
Okay, but he's still testing positive. He's still using when we ordered him not to use.
Yes, Judge, but I understand that THC can take up to 30 days to work out of urine, so there's no evidence that he's been using beyond the
I ordered him not, let me see, hold on. I ordered him not to use in January. We are now,
Yes, Judge, but you've already addressed his drug use that resulted in the positive result on the April 14th drug test. You addressed that by chastising him in court and issuing several additional bond conditions. There's been no evidence that there's been any additional drug use for the court to address.
If I tested him in early January, then I'm gonna have an issue. But if it's the first time I tested him was in April, then I'm gonna give him the 50 days from the first time that we tested. But if I tested him early on and he tested positive and I admonished him not to use and he's still testing positive, I'm gonna have an issue. Okay. I don't remember when the first time we tested him, so I'm gonna ask her. Roxanne, on Mr. Hernandez, when was the first time we tested him, please?
When he first tested positive for THC?
Yeah, when did we first test him?
Oh, it was March 11th of this year.
Okay. So March 11th was the first test and that was positive for,
Negative.
that was negative.
Yes, it was negative. And then on April 7th is when he was a no-show. And on April 14th, it was confirmed by lab that he was positive. for
No,
THC.
you're using. I'm sorry. I'm revoking your bond. You're going into custody.
I could just ask the court, Mr. Hernandez's mother is out in the hallway. I'm certain that she's going to pay whatever the bond is. This, revoking the bond here will only have the effect of punishing his mother, who will have to pay the bond. And I'd also just ask the judge, you to consider that I understand that there may be evidence that he's used since he was ordered to not use. I understand that. But there's no evidence that he's using now or that he has used in the more than 2 weeks since the prior drug test.
We just tested him yesterday. He tested positive. He tested positive a week ago. I've ordered him not to use. I mean, if I don't, then I'm rewarding him for his behavior, Mr. Schlossberg. That doesn't make any sense. You know, I understand that it's punishing mom. These are the things that you need to consider when you're out there. I told you not to use, and you're now using. Goes with you. I'm sorry, Mr. Schlossberg. I can't just continue to let people go.
Judge, the drug test yesterday, it came back positive for THC because it was within 14 days of the previous drug test on the 14th.
He tested negative the first time we tested him, and now he tested positive for using marijuana. That's it. There's no, I mean, really. If I don't, I'm enabling the behavior, and that's it.
Yes, sir. Maybe excuse me, please.
Judge, we have an arraignment that showed up a little late. Are you ready?
5001. Yeah, let's do it.
Page 15, come on up.
Good morning, Ms. Hines.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm having trouble loading it. Okay, here we go. On April 23rd, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a suicide. Upon arrival, law enforcement officers found the defendant in the driver's seat of a U-Haul truck, slumped over the steering wheel. The law enforcement officer observed bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, and unbalance from the defendant. The passenger, the co-defendant, was detained and a crack pipe fell out of the co-defendant's pocket. The law enforcement officers found foil with narcotics residue on the passenger seat of the vehicle. The defendant admitted to taking Xanax that morning, and standard field sobriety tests were conducted. A 6 out of 6 was recorded on the HGN, a 2 out of 8 on the walk and turn, a 0 out of 4 on the one leg stand. The defendant consented to a blood test. A wheel witness stated they saw the U-Haul in motion, pull into the driveway of a house across the street, and then walked over to the U-Haul and saw the defendant in the driver's seat.
You said they did field sobriety test, they've taken to the station, what?
Yes, Your Honor, standard field sobriety tests were conducted, 6 out of 6 on the HGN, 2 out of 8 on the walk and turn, and a 0 out of 4 on the one-legged stand.
Blood test, breath test?
It was a blood, consensual blood test.
Any private eyes?
No, Your Honor.
Signs I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I don't know if you have a problem with drugs or alcohol. Now is the time for you to address it, because I'm telling you, if it becomes a problem while you're on bond, I'm going to address it for you. And I promise you're not going to like the way that I do it. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm ordering you not to use alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to test you, and I'm going to test you probably within a week. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do not use. If you have a problem, now is the time for you to do whatever you need to do to address it. You have the ability to hire a lawyer, ma'am.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I need you to fill out an application for me and I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. I will have you go, oh, you said she has a valid license?
It is eligible.
Okay, you're also not allowed to drive unless you have valid liability insurance in your name, and that is also a condition of your bond. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. Deputy Miranda is gonna give you an application. I need you to fill it out for me. When you're done, you can bring it back to us and we'll take a look. Please. Roxanne, testing in a week, please. Mr. Alford, I saw your gentleman.
Yeah, I realized this morning I didn't CC everybody. I just sent you. It's Roger Byrne for the clerk as well. It's 2533384.
Did you get one done?
No, I just got the email yesterday. He's the old guy in Sarasota.
I remember.
Can I have him do that and send it to you from Florida?
ASAP.
You got it.
Like Quest Diagnostic though, so we know it's legitimate.
West
Please. Right.
Do that and for the
So
Monday
just,
setting, you want to push that back a little bit. If he fails, bring him in for bond forfeiture, or what would you like?
right, so have him get it done today.
Yes.
Then just bring us the result as soon as you can.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. Hopefully it's negative and then we'll just continue supervision. If it's dirty, then I don't know what we'll do. We'll have to bring him here. So,
This is I'm getting working.
yeah, I got it.
Done while he's over there, and then if we need
I
to.
understand.
Okay, so this bond forfeiture setting on Monday, can I move that a few days?
I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Back.
Just let Victoria know.
Great.
But it has to be this week though, and I wanted to test today.
Okay, I'll do, as soon as I get in touch with him, I'll say go to Quest.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll touch base with you on the Solomon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Slaughter.
I guess, Judge, if the court would allow it, Mr. Hernandez's mother is in the hallway and we would like to address the court on his behalf.
I'm happy to do it. Yes, sir. If you want to bring her up, I'm happy to do it.
He's on for Friday.
What's
Yes.
Come back. So then you can about it. They have to be. Yeah. That'll be on next year. Monthly impact. So go ahead. If you look forward.
Let me give her my little.
Thank you so much.
Could we just do a avoid fading of the viral moment here?
What again?
Just to avoid fading a viral moment here, would it be okay to turn the lights from on?
Yep. So they basically just went off camera for a minute. So we're just watching a little bit of a docket watch until the Tyre Nichols trial starts. The last shout out to Shay, y'all, because Shay found us a person who is covering this trial. Sounds like they are down in the courtroom. Jerry asking. Shout out to Jerry as well. I don't know you, but you helping us this morning. Jerry basically made a tweet about 40 minutes ago that I shared, and it's also pinned in the on the screen up there that they should be starting here pretty soon. I'm just gonna refresh and see if Jerry has made any new. Nope, nothing new yet. So we are watching that trial. We are just waiting to see, waiting for it to start. To be honest, so stick around, hang out, have a good time. They're off camera, but they'll come back over here. Yeah, she should have said she had a drug problem. I would agree with that too, D Wood. I watch his just sometimes, and he be letting them folks have it. He does not play. He doesn't. I actually do like his little dockets, and he actually streams. He actually streams quite a bit too. So McBurney had to. I guess he went on vacation or something because we used to love sitting in McBurney room, courtroom too. But he hasn't been. Well, the last time that I checked, he hadn't been live in a while, so I'd have to go back out and see how he's doing out there. I'll have to see how he's doing out there. So we're just patiently waiting for court to start. ABC 24 does have the seal present on the screen. Fox 13 has just their little thumbnail up there. And we're just waiting. Oh, Judge Boyd in Bexar County is good too. She streams her. Let me write her name down. I keep taking pens in and out this office, and I don't think I have a pen in here. Let me write it. Okay, Angel. Girl, just stay with us. Stay with us. Oh, he was live yesterday. Okay, cool. Because the last time I had went out there and looked at him, it was like he hadn't been live in 9 days. And I'm like, Nigga Bernie, what you doing? Okay. But Judge Boyd and Baxter. She was the judge over the TK trial. Oh, okay, yeah. I did like her in that trial. I did like her. There's another, so I found 2 other female Black judges that stream too. Let me see if I can find their names. I like their courtrooms as well. Let me see if I can tell you. One of them is actually streaming right now. Judge Kristen, I'll share her. Share her name. Christian Simmons. And there's another one. Okay, well, maybe I didn't subscribe to the other one. I'd have to go back and find her, but she's up in Michigan. Judge Boyd is strict but fair. She tries to truly help people get back on the right track if they want it. Okay, so Judge Lanice Bryant. She's the first judge I started watching during the pandemic. Lord, the pandemic, don't take me back. That was the worst time of my life. Oh, I don't miss the pandemic at all. Not at all. Let's see if we can see if there's a little chat. So the defense did call their first witness yesterday in the Tyre Nichols trial. They did actually call former officer Hemphill to the stand yesterday evening, and he's going to be the witness that we pick up with this morning. So hopefully these folks get it together. All right, now we might have to jump on over to Kristen courtroom and see what she got going on. Let's see what Kristen got going on. There's no audio.
Speaking, I'll make a ruling on that objection.
Okay, so they must just have been muted. Or maybe taking a break. So her room isn't really doing too much either. Let's see about, well, you know what I'll do? I will get y'all oops. Oh. He's back. Good morning, Ed. It's been a while since I've seen you hanging out in these streets.
Should I go?
Oh man, they moved the camera, had me thinking that we was getting ready to start. So hopefully they getting ready to start soon. Yep, and so we just watching like a random docket watch right now until court actually starts for Tyre Nichols. The defense arguments right now is basically like, in my opinion, their arguments are just centered around doing what they do, following police protocol. What was the other thing that they said? Ah man, I'm drawing a blank right now. I had it in my head now. I can't think of it. Yeah. I mean, following police protocol, and then there was another one. It was like another little piece. Oh, or basically trying to. Here we go, y'all. We got action.
All right, we are back in the trial matter. Are there any matters that we need to address before we get started with the jury? I just want to thank you all for your patience as we need to get some things taken care of. The jury's ready with that. Jurors entering the courtroom.
Oh, and Edward, I think each attorney is also trying to minimize the impact to say that their client didn't actually deliver the blows or anything that made that person pass away, made Tyre pass away.
All right, y'all be seated. Bill, sir, you can come back around. Go ahead, stand up, sir, we'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat, sir. When we adjourned yesterday, we were in the middle of the cross-examination. Mr. Officer, are you ready to proceed?
Yes. Mr. Hemphill, I'm going to call your attention to a few things. One of the first things we're going to listen to are the dispatch radio recordings from the night in question. They've already been made, Your Honor, they've already been made, will be made part of a collective exhibit that the two offices are coordinating as we've been doing everything else. And for the record purposes, the entire audio is quite long, but I'm going to go to the 8-minute and 37-second mark, and I believe you as a witness will recognize what's happening. Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
We're going to do it very similar to what we did yesterday as it relates to what you heard, et cetera, okay?
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to hit pause. I'm at 100%. We ran into the same situation with Stingle yesterday. We'll try it again. Before we go much further, can you hear that, Mr. Hemphill?
No, sir.
I even had Miss Tanisha help me. You can try a few more seconds, see if it gets better. The good news is we're not to anything, but were you able to hear that?
Very faintly, yes, sir.
All right, between the doors and the keys and I'm gonna do the best. If you can't hear something, you just tell us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now proceed, John. First of all, whose voice was that?
It sounds to be like Officer Martin.
Was that a recording from the night of the Tyre Nichols arrest?
Yes, sir.
And you said that sounds like him and Martin?
Yes, sir.
Twenty-nine 38, where Wayne and Ross. Hey, there was the Floyd. The baby's running down Ross.
You recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was it?
That was my voice.
You're 2938, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Young male black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie.
Sounds to me like you're what?
Out of breath.
We earlier saw your body cam in the attempted arrest of Tyre Nichols at Ross and Range Road. Are these calls lined up at that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you're out of breath?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, San Ross. We like those.
By the way, we've heard that a few times. What is the dispatcher asking you
She's asking what were the charges?
on the fleeing?
Suspect, yes, sir.
And do you recall an answer ever being given by you or anyone else to the dispatcher?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Do you know why? Do you know why you nor any of the officers announced to the MPD dispatcher what the charges were? Slip your mind or what?
Yes, sir, it just slipped my mind. I wasn't even listening to the radio because at that point I was helping Haley.
Proceed again at 10 minutes and 29 seconds. Who was that?
It sounded like Officer Martin again,
And what is he asking?
asking if there were any other Scorpion units in the area
And to what?
and to start heading to this area.
Now, if that call goes out to you as a Scorpion team member or a Memphis police officer, what does that mean to you for you to do?
You need to get there if possible.
Well,
If
it's
you're
not, because none of us are cops. You say if possible, what do you mean by if possible?
if you're not tied up on another call, if you're not in the middle of a traffic stop, you need to drop everything and head to that location.
What would happen if you decided, nah, I'm not going on that call?
Realistically, other cops will start talking about you.
Would you be disciplined?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Back on at 10:36. Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
His number is 2931, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was Justin Smith putting out on the dispatch?
That he was en route to that area to assist.
Back on at 10:45. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Mills.
And is that Mills saying he's on his way as well?
Is asking the dispatch for the last four of the CAD for, I assume, on a previous stop, and then he's going to head that way.
Okay, you're using acronyms, things like that. CAD is
Computer automated dispatch. Anytime something happens to where the police are called, it generates an event number so that everything is in numerical order for what happened during that day.
And does that allow the officer to look on the CAD, the computer in the car, to find out what's next to do?
Yes, sir.
Back on at 10:56.
Negative 2938.
You're 38, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What were you asked?
She was asking if I still had eyes on the suspect.
What was your response?
Negative.
Back on at 11:27. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
And what did Justin Smith ask?
Can we set up a perimeter?
What is a perimeter?
We know the location where the suspect was last seen. Can we get officers in that area to make sure that they're still somewhat in that neighborhood?
Back on at 11:40. I'm going to hit pause there at 11:49. The dispatcher said something about a radio call, all Scorpion cars. What did she say?
Can all Scorpion cars head to that location of Rains and Ross?
Did she use the word pull down?
Yes, sir.
What does pull down mean in cop language?
Pull down means can you just pull over where your partners are to assist them?
It's an officer needing assistance. Go to him.
Yes, sir.
Back on at 11:49. That's Justin again asking the same question, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 11:59. What the dispatcher tell Justin in his request for perimeter?
That there weren't any more cars.
All right. Going on at 12:03. Whose voice was that?
That sounded like Officer Martin.
The he that he's referring to is who?
Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 12:23.
Negative, we can tell them right down, Ross.
That's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're responding to Martin's call?
Yes, sir.
Who is 29:33?
I believe that was Officer Martin.
And pursuant to policy, if a police officer uses one of his weapons, taser, spray, what are y'all supposed to do?
Yes. So per policy, we're supposed to alert a supervisor and call the fire department.
And that's what that call was about?
Yes, sir.
To inform dispatcher?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then if we're listening for your supervisor, that would be Lieutenant Dwayne Smith. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And his number is 2901?
Yes, sir.
All right. Back on at 13. All right. I heard dispatcher call out 2901, and then I heard someone say check. Was that Lieutenant Dwayne Smith?
Yes, sir.
Because we're not police officers, and I'm just asking, is that Dwayne Smith saying, hey, I heard that transmission?
Yes, sir. In police language, the word check is just easy way just to say okay.
Moving on at 1311. Whose voice was that?
Officer Justin Smith.
What's he telling dispatch to do?
To have the fire department head to that location based on the fact that he knows that at least pepper spray was used.
I got a silly question. You have a lieutenant being paid to be the supervisor. He didn't make that call, did he? The lieutenant.
Not that I can hear, no, sir.
Assume that you're hearing everything, okay?
Yes, sir.
Dispatch, does dispatch know the policies and procedure of the MPD that says if chemical spray is used to go ahead and roll fire department?
Yes, sir.
But that call appears to be Justin telling dispatcher to do it, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on at 1323. Your voice. Whose voice?
I wasn't able to hear that voice.
It's okay. We'll move on. Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
And is the he that he's referring to the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Is it I'm just asking for my own edification. Is it my imagination that I'm hearing the cops call outs much clearer and louder than I hear the dispatcher, or is it just because the dispatcher, to your knowledge, is just a low talker?
I'm saying with you, the cops are coming through more clearly and dispatch is a little more mumbled.
And did you find that to be common as a roaming out there, that dispatchers kind of quiet and mumbled?
Yes, sir. There were times that we would have to tell dispatchers, hey, can you speak up or you're coming in muffled?
Okay. Moving on at 14:15.
Like a camouflage jacket, like orange, green, and red, and it only wild head, swim there.
Whose voice was that describing the suspect?
It sounds to be Officer Martin.
Back on at 14:40.
He could have got far.
Is that also Emmett Martin that we just heard?
Yes, sir.
Moving on, 14:48.
2938, did you also read that I quoted my taser?
And who was that?
That was my voice.
And what are you doing?
Just making sure again that the dispatcher knew that I used my taser.
Is that pursuant to policy?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 14:57. What'd she say?
She told me that she does have it written down on her system that I use my taser, and she does have the fire department en route.
Moving at 15:04. Just before I start. So at this point, Tyre Nichols has not been captured. Is that right?
I don't believe so. Yes, sir.
You haven't heard it on the radio, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. So at this point, at least from the radio standpoint, Mr. Nichols has not been captured or spotted.
Right.
And yet, you, Justin, and who knows, maybe somebody else, have let dispatcher know to get medical over there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The first one happened to be Justin Smith, but then you did it as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And the officers, it sounds like to me, have reported to their supervisor the pepper spray, the taser, and a fleeing suspect to the supervisor through the dispatch radio system. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back on at 15:07. All right, whose voice was that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And what is Lieutenant Smith asking the dispatcher for?
Can she check to see if there's a canine officer available to help search the area?
Moving on. 15:19. Whose voice is that?
Sounds to be Officer Martin.
And whose tag is he asking to be run?
Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 15:32.
I gave the tag number on there, you could,
Is that him and Martin?
Yes, sir.
Back on 15:49. Is that him and Martin again?
Yes, sir.
And what is he asking the dispatcher for?
To run the tag, and can you get the address off of the tag?
Why is that helpful?
Because if the suspect lives near, they're possibly running to their house.
Doesn't that assume that the owner of that car is the one driving the car?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, did any officer out there know who was driving that car?
No, sir.
Moving on. 16:03.
Southbound on Rock.
voice was that?
Sounds to be Officer Mills.
And what's he saying? What's he communicating?
That he has located the suspect southbound on Ross, and then he said we're at Ross. Like, what was the other street? I wasn't able to hear that.
I would suggest he says Ross and Cascade, but the question I want to ask you is, you know Mills' voice pretty well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Is he pretty quiet, pretty calm, pretty laid back?
Yes, sir.
Did he sound pretty calm, laid back in that radio call?
No, sir.
What's it sound like to you, knowing Mills and the way he talked?
That he is running after somebody and needs other cars with him now.
Playing at 1632. What was that?
The dispatcher just repeating the address of Ross and Castlegate.
Is that for who to act upon?
Any officer that has a radio tuned into that frequency.
For which precinct?
Ridgeway Station.
And Ridgeway Station, is that a large precinct with several cars, several officers? What?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on, 1647. Do you know what that was?
I couldn't hear all of it.
Who was speaking?
It was the dispatcher.
Did you hear an address?
All I heard was Castlegate.
Would it help if I rewind it 10 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about it that time?
Yes, sir.
There's an address on Cascade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the dispatch responding to the earlier call on running that tag?
Yes, sir.
You're sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Did he play at 1654? Whose voice was that?
Sounds like Officer Justin Smith.
How would you describe Justin Smith's voice in that radio call?
Just distressed and currently fighting with somebody.
And what is he asking for?
He needs more cars with him now.
He needs assistance.
Yes, sir.
Did he play at 1712? That's at 1720-ish. That's the dispatcher speaking. And what is she telling officers in the Ridgeway precinct?
Is there anyone available to assist with officers with a suspect that's resisting and running?
Playing at 1724. By the way, you mentioned earlier that if you're not really in the middle of anything, you're really doing a whole lot, you should go back on that call from the dispatch to the entire precinct. What are the officers being ordered to do?
To head to that location if you're not stuck on anything.
I don't want to take issue with stuck on anything. What do you mean by stuck on anything?
You're not stuck waiting on a tow truck to tow a car that broke down in the middle of the road. You're not still on a traffic stop trying to issue a ticket for speeding. If you're sitting in a parking lot waiting for a call, you need to head to this location now.
Well, I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you. You're a police officer. If dispatcher says all cars pull over to 6547 Council Gate, you're saying that if you happen to be waiting on a tow truck, you can keep waiting on the tow truck, or do you need to go give officer assistance?
Memphis PD would rather you wait for the tow truck because other officers would pick up the slack.
Moving forward at 1727. Who was that?
I wasn't able to hear.
That's all right, move on. probably couldn't make that out because I couldn't, right?
No, sir.
Moving on. Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
Wasn't quite as clear as before, was it?
No, sir.
Sound like he's actively engaged in something?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing?
He's still fighting with the suspect.
And sometimes, even though somebody makes a radio call out, you hear background noise. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear background noise on that call, or you want to hear it again?
Can I hear it again?
Sure. You actually heard two voices, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is that the background noise I was talking about?
Yes, sir.
Could you make it out what the other person, the mystery person, was saying?
No, sir.
Hitting at 1825. How about that? Could you hear that a little bit better in the background?
Yes, sir.
What did the person say in the background?
Give me your hands.
What do you say?
Can I hear it one more time?
Sure.
Give me your motherfucking hands.
So the call is Justin's voice going out, but you hear someone in the background saying, "Give me your motherfucking hands."
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea whose voice that was?
It sounds like Officer Martin.
That's dispatch calling for Justin.
Yes, sir.
Is it because she wants to know his exact location?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 1851. Whose voice was that?
I wasn't able to tell by that voice.
You want to try again or not? Move on.
We can try one more.
All right. Whose voice was that?
That was Officer Haley.
He's 2935.
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 1931. Whose voice was that?
Sounds like Officer Mills.
How's he sound?
Out of breath.
Moving on at 1936. That was Mills again, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Moving on. Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
I'll play it again, see if you hear anybody else in the background. Who's that?
It's Officer Smith still.
Did you happen to hear what intersection was that Justin Smith put out on the radio?
It sounded like Ross and Castlegate.
Oh. Okay. Well, it was the jury. Moving on at 20:04. By the way, regardless of what he said, did it sound like he had his composure?
No, sir.
How long have you known Justin Smith?
About 3 months.
Would you describe him as a composed person?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 20:04. Who is that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And was he confused, or could it be that Justin put out the wrong street name?
He sounded like he was confused how the dispatch was saying the street name.
Moving on at 20:26. Whose voice was that?
Officer Mills.
Dispatch had actually called for Justin 2931 saying, give us your location again, and Mills answered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
If somebody's busy doing something important, another officer standing there can make a response. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened there.
Yes, sir.
Mills responded, hitting play at 2041. All right, first of all, whose voice was that?
Officer Haley.
That's 2935.
Yes, sir.
And what was he telling dispatcher?
Telling the dispatcher to go ahead and start the fire department because the suspect was pepper sprayed, tased, and everything.
By the way, you were back at Ross and Raines during these transmissions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you listening to them?
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that transmission, did you draw any conclusions whether or not the suspect was in custody yet?
Normally when he called the fire department, it's the suspect's in custody.
Custody is defined as what, sir?
At least having the handcuffs on him.
Handcuffs and anything else?
Under control.
How about searched?
Searched. Yes, sir.
By the way, at Ross and Raines Road, did anybody search Tyre Nichols?
No, sir.
Moving on at 2125. I couldn't make that out, could you?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was Officer Mills also just advising that pepper spray was deployed.
Okay, so we can't say dispatch didn't know about all this, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And if I remember from your body cam yesterday, when engine 55 rolls up, which I think we're about to hear, when engine 55 rolls up, what do you tell the paramedics that get off the fire truck?
That the suspect was pepper sprayed and tased.
And did you mention to the paramedics that you had been fighting with the suspect?
Yes, sir.
So at least at this juncture, everybody on this radio frequency, MFD, everybody knows there's a fight, there's tasing, spraying, fleeing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
2134. And what was dispatch telling the officers right there?
She was telling 2935 that the fire department was already en route.
We're at 2140. Did he play? I didn't recognize it. Did you?
No, sir.
Go ahead on the plane.
Twenty-nine thirty-eight, engine 55 is way the scene over here with me. Okay. Capital City brings us back up here.
Okay, my math is right. About 15 seconds went by from the time Haley said, pepper spray, tase, everything. You calling saying paramedics are on the scene with you at Range and Ross. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Ah, so who's 2932?
2932. I don't remember.
Did you hear what 2932 said?
That they have him in custody.
Which is a little bit later than what we heard earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
We were at 2214 when the last police officer made that call. Moving forward.
Twenty-nine thirty-eight, does the fire department need to come down to you, or are you bringing them back down here? Get them down here, bring them down here.
All right. A little bit unusual to use a person's name on the radio. Is that right?
No, sir.
Hill? Whose voice was that speaking to you?
Justin Smith.
And what was he telling you?
He was just telling me that the fire department needs to come to them.
He'd already told you once, right?
No, sir. That was the only one that I can recall when he answered.
Okay. But does Justin sound to you, based upon your knowledge of his voice inflection, be a little bit put out?
Yes, sir.
He says, Hemphill just sitting down there. Just send him down here to us. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
And did you follow that direction?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, what rank, not title, but what rank did you have at the Memphis Police Department?
Just regular officer.
Okay. And how's that work? Patrolman 1, Patrolman 2, how's that work?
So you have patrolman probation, then you have regular patrolman, and at the time it was sergeant, lieutenant, and honor.
We'll stop at sergeant. Okay, so it's probationary, or whatever you call it, patrolman, and then sergeant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Justin Smith's rank at the time of this incident was what? Same as you?
Yes, sir.
Patrolman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're heading that way now.
All right. That was you
Yes, sir.
saying what?
That I'm sending the fire department that way now.
You have testified in numerous environments, FBI, Department of Justice, State of Tennessee, District Attorney's Office. You have given your statements, and some of those statements have been sworn to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let's just look at the sworn statements, sworn testimony that you've given. You were asked, and I'm asking you today, are you familiar with Justin Smith's reputation there at organized crime?
Not too familiar since I only knew him 3 months.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Do you recall your sworn testimony when asked to describe Justin Smith's reputation and your opinion of him?
Very caring, laid back, and understanding.
And does kind and gentle ring a bell for you in front of the grand jury stating that about Justin Smith?
Yes, sir.
Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
It's very similar to what you just said. I just want to make sure you did in fact testify that way about Justin Smith.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by kind and gentle, and did you say compassionate as well? What'd you say?
Understanding.
Understanding. Yeah. Describe for the jury what you mean by kind, gentle, and understanding.
Anytime I had a question or anything, I would always ask him. He wouldn't ask questions. He would just help me out at the best of his abilities. There was a time where I was probably going to be sent off of the team because I wasn't producing stats. So he told me ride with him in his car for a couple of days so he can help me get on track to doing what the Scorpion team needs to do.
He also gave you some advice about what officers to stay away from too, did he?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow his advice?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment with my client? Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness. All right, I believe Mr. Perry's next. You need to do this up? No.
Good morning.
My name is John Perry. I'm here on behalf of Tyre Bean. I think that you, Mr. Bean, would have been the newest member of the Scorpion unit back when you were on the Scorpion unit, right?
Yes, sir. If I recall, he was only there a little bit longer than me.
About a month longer, is that fair? And Mr. Zuma asked you a series of questions, so I'm not going to go through all of that. I'll probably be up here about 5 minutes, but Mr. Zuma asked you before he sat down questions about how many different times you've talked and testified, et cetera. You've been pretty consistent, right?
Yes, sir.
To be honest, you've been precisely consistent from day one about what happened, about your people on the team, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of that consistency, the questions weren't always as pleasant and laid out as Mr. Martin Zuma just asked you, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you've had opportunity to talk with members of the DA's offices, right?
Yes, sir.
And those communications were recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Those communications were pretty pleasant, and they just talked to you, asked questions, right?
Yes, sir.
There was no kind of browbeating, I'll call it. But was there?
Not too much, no, sir.
Yeah, it's a little bit different when you're across the street, right?
Yes, sir.
A little bit different when you're talking to the DOJ, right?
Yes, sir.
They try to, in particular, get you to change stories sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
They use that same word, they browbeat you, right?
Yes, sir.
There was recorded transcript, 8 pages, where they tried to get you to change the fact that you heard somebody's hand on a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't change that, did you?
No, sir.
You also were asked questions during that same grand jury testimony regarding whether or not you knew Tyre Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you characterized it in that testimony, and tell me if I'm wrong, it didn't talk much.
Right. Yes, sir.
He was a pretty quiet guy.
Yes, sir.
And he said that he seemed like a good officer, right?
Yes, sir.
He said he was shy and just handled his business the right way.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
true? Anything about him, and you were asked specifically during that same inquiry where I was talking about the 8 pages where they took you through the ringer about whether or not you heard a gun, you said you stuck to it, I heard it, and found out you did hear it, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you're asked those questions regarding Mr. Bean, he asked you specifically, have you ever known him to use excessive force? And did he have a reputation for using excessive force? And do you remember your answer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that answer?
I don't recall any excessive force or anything used by Officer Bean.
You ever heard any kind of problems regarding his character and his reputation in the MPD?
No, sir.
Mr. Perry. My whole law department gonna make me have to tell the story. I I said I was gonna be a few minutes, but it's gonna be just a few minutes longer.
All right.
Do you remember going through an exercise with Memphis Police Department, where they sprayed your face with pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
What happened during that? Can you kind of talk to us about what that exercise is?
So that exercise through the police academy, they spray you with your own pepper spray. And the whole point of the exercise is you got to work through it. You can't just give up. So during that, they ask you a series of questions like what's your license plate number? How long have you been in Memphis? After that, you have to believe it was you had a training dummy laying on the ground. You have to try to handcuff them while you're still fighting the pepper spray. And then there's also another training dummy where you have to do a few strikes to them to also, you still got to keep working through this pepper spray.
You were asked a couple times about pepper spray and how strong. Now on that night back January 7th, 2023, when you're making the stop, you had been driving, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you at night? Have you always worn glasses since you've been driving?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular night, did you have your glasses on?
Yes, sir.
And I remember you saying that you sprayed everybody, but yours hit the brow and up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the brunt of it hit the eyeglasses during the time that he was spraying, if you remember?
If I remember, most of it hit my forehead and then it started going down.
Okay. So it wasn't directly in the eyes, in other words, right then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I remember on that night you talked on your with your camera some 50 odd minutes. There were two different body worn camera segments, and you talked for a long time, but it seemed like that whole time you were what I call hockey, what have you, but you're clearing your voice, clearing your throat. Can you tell the jury why you would have been clearing your throat and catching your breath during that time frame?
So the pepper spray that they used at the time, it blinded you, obviously, and it also affected your breathing and closed up your sinuses. Hence, hacking up because you're trying to get it out of your system. And if any of it's in your nose, they also tell you in the academy, to breathe it out your nose. If there's anything in your mouth, you got to get it out.
When you get a burst of that in your eyes, is it possible to see as good as you can see right now?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, but for a few feet in front of you, can you see anything?
No, sir.
And on that particular night, do you remember that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody out there stopping traffic and saying, hey, y'all stop, we got to run across these 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir, not that I remember.
Or were you running out there in the dark, basically, after having some pepper spray in your eyes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was a pretty difficult experience.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the academy, you have to get it directly in your eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
Prior to us playing, Your Honor, may we approach?
D Wood asks, what relevance does it have? To me, it just seems like, for one, he's up there as a character witness. He's there to talk about how people behave under normal circumstances. And then I think he's really trying to illustrate the picture of what's really going on, but I'm struggling to figure out what the relevance is of the pepper spray. Regardless, he's basically got out in front of the jury that they absolutely have to work through being pepper sprayed. And maybe he's trying to say that the pepper spray didn't aggravate them as much because they are trained to do that. But clearly we already know that ain't the case. So having a sidebar right now, and we'll see how this continues. So while we're on this break, I'm actually going to jump us over to the Christopher Schur trial so that y'all can start listening to the opening arguments. Ooh.
Of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. And with that, Mr. Becker, are you ready to give your opening statement?
I'm ready.
All right, we may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Single gunshot wound right to the back of the head. That's what killed Patrick Leoya on a cold, wet, rainy day back in April 2022. It's almost in the middle, maybe a little bit below the middle. You have an opportunity to see it, I think. But that single gunshot wound is what killed him that day. It's not just me saying that. You're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Cole. He's our medical examiner, and he's going to say he can determine that because when a bullet is fired, a gun is fired, the bullet comes out, it comes out that puff of smoke, and that puff of smoke contains some gunshot residue. Now, from far away, you're not going to get gunshot residue on anything, but if it's a close shot within a few feet, you're going to be able to tell unless that gun, that barrel of the gun, was in contact or near contact with the back of the head of the individual. And he's going to tell you it was a contact or near contact wound, that gunshot wound that killed Patrick. The barrel of the gun was on the back of the head. Now, it's not just you have to rely on his testimony about that either. You have an opportunity to see the video. You'll see the video where the defendant who sits before you here today fired that shot. It's on a cell phone video. So to some extent, your job is somewhat easy because you're going to have more video and access to different videos than just about any jury that's ever been around. You'll have a cell phone video. You'll have a body camera video. You'll have an in-car video. You'll have a security camera video from across the street. You'll see different versions of the video in terms of freeze framing videos. You'll have an opportunity to see everything and break this down video by video. One of the troopers, Zach Batchelor, he synchronized these videos. So you have all the videos together when you go to deliberate this case. You have to watch this over and over again, probably more than you wish to. But it's an important piece of evidence. But that's not the only evidence because, as I said, there's evidence that comes from the stand as well. And we'll call witnesses. And it starts out fairly simple because we're going to start with David Pacuru. He was a friend of Patrick's. He was, Patrick spent the night at his apartment before he left that morning and died. Dave's going to tell you he was hanging out with Patrick. Patrick and him had gone back. They're both African immigrants. They had been together for a few years. They know each other. He spent the night. Ame Tushimi is the other person that was at the apartment. I think him and David were actually roommates at the time. And Ame is the one who actually took the cell phone video that morning. David says, yes, they hung out, they're drinking, having a good time, nothing special, just kind of hanging out like guys do. And so that morning, he had to wake Patrick up. Patrick had told him the night before he slept on the couch, hey, wake me up, I got to leave before 8 o'clock, I got something to do. Now, there's another individual, Mark. David doesn't remember him. Ame does, kind of says, yeah, we had to take him to his house, or had to take him to work. But just before 8 o'clock, David's going to say, yeah, we woke him up. Patrick's got to leave. He left with Ame. They get in Patrick's car and take off. Now, Ame's going to tell you, yeah, there was this guy, Mark. We dropped him off at his house. And then we went to see Patrick's own place. Patrick had his own apartment, so they went to Patrick's apartment to kind of check it out. He had just gotten it. He was kind of excited about it. So they looked at Patrick's apartment, and then they proceeded to leave again and were driving around. They're going to hear they stopped at like a Walgreens and got some beer. They got some beer, and then they got back in the car and were driving around. Now, from May's perspective, he's the passenger. Patrick's driving his car, sitting in the passenger seat. He's all of a sudden notices there's noises. There's noises going on in the car. The car is making a noise. This isn't like this is an old Nissan Altima or something like that. It's not a great car. So there's noises, and Patrick comments like, "What's going on?" There's noises, and Patrick pulls over to the side of the road. He gets out. Now, May is kind of at this point in time, not really paying a whole lot of attention. He's on his phone. But you're going to find out at that point in time, the defendant, as a Grand Rapids police officer, had pulled him over, was in the process of pulling him over. Now, from a lot of what you're going to get now is coming from the actual body cam, the body cam that's on the officer. Okay? They've got, it's on, I think it's on his chest, essentially. It's activated when the overhead lights go on. So at the time Patrick's pulling over, the officers turn on his lights, and Patrick gets out of the car. And you're going to see this interaction between the officer and Patrick at that point in time. Patrick's like, "What did I do?" And the officer says, "Get back in the car." The defendant says, "Get back in the car." "What did I do?" Now you're going to notice at that point in time that Patrick's first language is Swahili. And there's a definite accent. So the defendant, "Do you speak English?" Patrick says, "Yes." But the plate doesn't match the car. And that's true. You're going to see evidence that the plate belonged to a Ford. The door. Now they're standing in the road. It's a residential area, and Patrick starts to just simply walk away. The defendant grabs him and says, "Nope, nope, nope, you're under arrest." And Patrick breaks free. Kind of does a spin move and then runs around the back of the car. You'll see this on the video, on the body cam video. He runs around the car. He's wearing flip-flops and his pants are falling down. It's kind of raining, and he runs. He gets all the way to the driveway that the car was parked, maybe 5 yards, 10 yards at most away. It's like a 6-second chase. The defendant tackles him from behind, takes him down, and then there's a struggle. There's a wrestling match going on at that point in time. The defendant's telling him, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." Patrick is then trying to get out. Now you're going to hear from Wayne Butler. Wayne Butler is the homeowner where the driveway where this initial tackle takes place. This is a residential area. He's going to say it's kind of unusual for a car to get pulled over in a residential area. It's surrounded by Kalamazoo and some busier streets. And he's kind of, that's kind of weird to see a car getting pulled over there. So he actually goes out. You'll actually see him on the cell phone video now, because at this point in time, Ame realizes what's going on, and he gets out of the car and starts videotaping on his cell phone. So now you have a combination of something that's going on body cam, you get some from the in-car video, you also have the body cam. But you have Wayne's testimony. He's probably the one that sees it the most in terms of going for the whole thing. So he comes out, and you'll hear him on the video. He's trying to talk Patrick down. "Hey, I'm a black man too. I'm a black man. You gotta calm down. Don't reach out to Ame. Ame, hey, tell him to calm down. This is a bad situation." Patrick doesn't listen. Patrick, you see him push himself up, and then he walks. He walks with the defendant holding on. He walks essentially across the front yard into the yard of Fred Hunter. Now, Fred's a homeowner too. He notices he doesn't have a ton to add, quite frankly, to all this, but he was there. We're going to call him as a witness to get his impressions. He heard the struggle. He heard something about a taser. He heard, they heard the gunshot go off, but he's kind of in his house and not paying a ton of attention, but you'll hear what he did have to hear and see that day. So what happens there is then the defendant and Patrick are kind of standing. They're standing essentially in front of Fred's front door. And they're standing in front of that front door, and Patrick kind of is, struggling and spins out of it. So then they're facing each other. The defendant's got one arm on Patrick and one arm, and he decides to bring his taser. Now this is a demonstration of the taser. This is what a taser. This is the taser. It's a taser 7. You're going to hear about that. But this is the kind of taser he was using. You actually have the opportunity to see the taser. So he brings that taser out and is going to try and tase Patrick. Patrick grabs the weapon. You'll see this is from the body cam. Grabs the taser, grabs his hand, and moves it. Moves it out of the way. The taser discharges. And that's an important piece of evidence right there. The taser discharges the first time. There's no impact. There's nothing, he's not tased. It goes into nowhere. So then the struggle's about the taser. Let go of the taser, drop the taser. You'll hear that repeatedly. There's a number of commands that you'll hear that repeatedly. Patrick goes down, they both go down. They both go down in the front yard of Fred's residence. It's raining, it's slippery, the grass is wet, and they struggle. Now, May's watching this, and you'll hear from May. May is, he's probably intoxicated. He's kind of mumbling things. He's not really comprehending what's going on, but he's watching, he's holding the cell phone and it kind of dips up and down. But you'll watch what happens then. They're struggling, drop the taser. The defendant ends up on Patrick's back. Patrick once again tries to lift up. He starts to lift up and lifts the defendant off, the feet's off the ground, but the defendant's able to regain control, get back down and kind of shoves him down, but then he transitions to his firearm. Puts the gun to the back of his head and shoots him. Patrick collapses almost instantly. He's lying there on the ground. So a lot of what you're going to hear about is regarding this taser. This taser, it looks like it, but it's not a gun. It is not a gun. It's a less lethal weapon. I think in the Grand Rapids policies and procedures, it's something that's called an electronic control device. That's how it's defined. It's put up there with a device how you control people. Pepper spray, batons. It's not a gun. Even in the taser training manual, it says it's an option that doesn't replace lethal force. So you're going to hear from Brian Childs. Brian Childs is from Axon. Axon is a company that makes the taser. And he's going to tell you what the taser was designed to be less lethal. It's designed to be safely and deployed in a less lethal way. It's been deployed almost 5.5 million times. The amount of time it causes some sort of serious injury, I think it's like 99.7% of the time, it does not cause death or serious bodily injury when it's deployed. It's something that can be dangerous, no question, but that's not what it's designed to do. Now he's going to kind of alleviate some of the things that people think a taser does. Some people think a taser knocks you out. And you see it on TV, somebody gets tased, boom, they knock out, and they're out for 15 minutes. Doesn't do that. That's on TV, this is not in movies. What a taser does is cause neuromuscular incapacitation, NMI. You'll hear about that. The best way to put it, I'm probably putting it wrong, but that's why you have Brian Childs. He's the engineer, he's the expert. He's going to say it kind of seizes up the muscles, causes the muscles to seize, and so a person can't necessarily operate it, and cause them to be able to function appropriately when it seizes those muscles. So it's only in place, that NMI is only in place for the time it was an electrical charge. That charge there, as soon as you release it, the person's kind of released from that. It doesn't cause any ongoing damage. It's not something that somebody is just withering on the ground for. You're going to see from the taser, they compare it to, what the taser company compares it to is after you're being tased, it's like strenuous exercise. That's one of the things in the video, or the PowerPoint you're going to see on the taser training PowerPoint. It's like comparable to being strenuous exercise. It's designed not to kill. It's designed not to hurt. It doesn't electrocute you. The amount of electricity is something that combined to like a Christmas tree light. It's not a huge amount. And it doesn't always work. That's another thing, because one of the things you have to do for a taser to work is there's two prongs. There's two prongs that are shot out, and those prongs have to have sufficient space. You'll see from the video, that's got to be about 12 inches. 12 inches is about the minimum amount to get that neuromuscular incapacitation. Anything less, it may cause pain, but it's not going to incapacitate somebody. Right? So it's got to be an appropriate spread. If it doesn't get the appropriate spread, somebody may not suffer from any consequences. If it gets caught in somebody's clothes, it may not work. So one of the training things, you be prepared for it not to work. But they say, just part of the training, you'll see it says, just like anything, you got to be prepared to transition to something else because it may not work. It may be not something that has an impact when you try and use it because of the variabilities, if you will. Now, one of the things you also hear is that when somebody is using a taser, when it goes in, there's a possibility of death or great bodily harm. And they list some of the things that happen. They list that if somebody's tased, they freeze up and they fall in concrete, hit their head. That's one of the things you got to be careful of. If you're around flammable materials, you got to be careful on that. That's something you got to be careful of because electricity could cause it to explode. Pregnant women, there's certain things that you got to be careful of. There's certain target areas. You'll hear about the target areas of the front. The back is actually the best way. The back and splitting the belt line, if you will, is the best way to get for somebody to be tased. The front, not so much, but you can use it in the front. So you got to be careful with it, and it could cause it. But the whole idea of a taser is that's a safe and effective way to do something from a distance. You can use it at close range. You'll see that. But close range defined by taser is about 4 feet, not an arm length. 4 feet is characterized as close range under the taser policy. They go almost up to 12 feet because it's designed to give them some space. So you don't get the situations like this one. So Brian Child is going to tell you just about everything you know about the taser and how it is designed to be a safe and effective means of apprehending somebody. But you're also going to hear them in terms of what happens in terms of these defensive tactics. Because defensive things, that's one of the things we're going to hear about from our two police practices experts. Police practices and defensive tactics experts. Because they're going to give you an interpretation, they're going to tell you a little bit more because we're not police officers, but they're going to give you an impression. Seth Stoughton and Nichols Bloomfield are our two police practices and defensive tactics experts. Seth is maybe one of the practices part. He used to be a police officer. He was a police officer down in the state of Florida for a number of years. And I think we talked all about, changing jobs, and he had the idea to change a job and become something else. He became a law professor. He teaches at the University of South Carolina. He teaches criminal justice, criminal procedure. He teaches policing to future law students, people who are going to law school. He also goes over to the undergrad and teaches their criminology department. Now you'll hear all his credentials. He works for the American Law Institute. He's written books. He's written law review articles. These are articles in University of Virginia Law Review, University of Minnesota. He goes into different law reviews and researches this topic, presents all these ideas and stuff, because that's what he does for a living. He studies police use of force issues. Nick is maybe the more hands-on individual. He was a police officer until 2022. I believe he still serves in the reserves and down in New Mexico, where he's from. And he's more of the hands-on. He's done defensive training, defensive tactics. He's written policies on how to use defensive things that the police officers had. You're going to hear about. There's different things. A gun is a defensive weapon, a taser, a pepper spray, a baton, all these things that police officers have and use, as well as training on pressure point tactics, hand tactics, stuff like that. It's the hands-on. He has done trainings for this in the state of New Mexico. He's reviewed over 200 different use of force incidents in that state and with his department and other things. That's what he does, the hands-on stuff. So one of the things, kind of summarizing, and it's going to be long. They're going to provide quite a bit of testimony. What they're going to talk about is when they look, how should a police officer look at a use of force? And they break it down. Does the individual, the person who the force was used against by the police officer, does the individual pose an imminent threat to the police officer? Imminent threat, immediate threat. Is there some sort of imminent threat that person poses to the police officer? And that's how you determine that. Well, they got to look at three things: intent, ability, and opportunity. Those are the three things. Does that person have the intent to do something? Does they have the ability to do something? Do they have an opportunity to do something to the police officer that would mandate some sort of use of force? What it boils down to is when you look at this case, I think you're going to look at this case and that Patrick had an intent to get away. There's an intent to get away, but that's not the intent to do great death or great bodily harm, which would allow the use of deadly force. He had an intent to get away. One of the other things is that he didn't have the ability, because you hear about when you watch the videos, the taser was deployed twice. You have the initial deployment, it was you hear it fire when Patrick grabbed it and moved away. What is deployed a second time when the two of them are on the ground? You're going to hear and see the video that they're on the ground, they're struggling, and then the guy goes, let go of the tape, and there's a pop. Let go of the tape, and he moves away. So the taser was deployed a second time. Brian Childs will tell you that. He says this taser was deployed on two separate occasions. So the prongs that cause the neuromuscular incapacitation were gone. They couldn't be fired again. You can't necessarily reload them because there's wires. You can't just put those back in. So the ability to cause NMI was gone at that point in time. Now the one thing that was left is there is something that's called a drive stun. A drive stun where you take essentially the end of it and you drive it in, make contact. The drive stun does not cause NMI. The drive stun is a pain compliance device and it causes pain, but the drive stun itself does not cause any sort of great bodily harm. It may cause some injuries where the prongs hit or something like that, but it doesn't cause any sort of great bodily harm by the drive stun. And Brian will tell you that. So when you're looking at that, when our two experts say, well, the ability of Patrick to do anything was not there because he couldn't shoot the taser. The taser had been shot. The drive stun doesn't cause. So there was no intent, there was no ability to cause any sort of harm to the officer. But they also take a look at the officer. The officer's perspective, you got to take a look at the officer. Is a reasonable officer, is a reasonably intelligent officer, and then who's prudent in same or similar circumstances, would that officer anticipate you needing to use force, the force against the person? And you look at all the facts and circumstances, because that's what you gotta do. Reasonableness and all the facts and circumstances presented to the officer at the time. A reasonable officer in that situation would not think death was going to happen, would not think the use of deadly force was necessary, because that's what it's gotta be. It's gotta be necessary. Police officers can arrest. That's not the issue here. We're not saying he shouldn't have been arrested. Patrick committed crimes. There's no question about that. He committed the crime. He was driving without a license plate. He was didn't have a driver's license. He resisted arrest. He pulled away. You're gonna also find out that he was probably drunk driving too, because his blood alcohol level was like a 3.0 at the autopsy. Okay, so he was drunk driving. So it's not an issue of if the defendant had the right to arrest him. The issue becomes, did he have to shoot him? Did he have to kill him in the course of trying to arrest him? I think when you look at all the evidence and look at the end, you come to a conclusion. The answer is no. Because what the judges just said, I have to prove things. I break it down into 4 things. I have to prove there's a death. That's your checklist. Was there a death here? Well, that's 100% certain. There's a death. Patrick's dead right now. I have to show that the death was caused by the defendant. That's 100%, no question in your mind. He shot him in the back of the head. The third thing, there's 3 different areas. There was an intent to kill. When you put a gun to somebody's back of the head, there's an intent to kill there. So those are the 3 things, are 100% here. There's no question. What your issue is and what this trial is about and why you have to decide is that 4th thing or 3rd thing. Was it justified? Was it excused? Or was it lessened to some other crime? When you talk about justified, there's a legitimate good reason for it. Excused as well. Yeah, you did all this, but no, it's okay. We're going to pass. When you take a look at that, when you put all this together, take a look at all the evidence, you have to say it was not justified. It was unreasonable. Patrick never had an intent to do any harm to the defendant. He never intended to kill him. The evidence is going to show he never wanted to do anything other than get away that day. And even if somehow he did, he didn't have the ability to cause any great body harm because that taser was not going to do anything. So what this boils down to is it was unjustified and unreasonable. It was a crime. There was a crime here. The defendant committed the crime of murder. A police officer can't commit murder. They're no different than anybody else. They're no different than any citizen. They can commit murder, and that is what happened back in April of 2022. The defendant committed the crime of murder, and you listen to all the proofs, and you go back and deliberate. We're going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty to second-degree murder. Thank you.
The timing on that was immaculate, y'all.
Just one question. You were on the scene that night, and after the incident, and you had at some point described it that this was similar to fighting Bad Bob. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by fighting Bad Bob? What is Bad Bob?
So Bad Bob is a training exercise that they do at the police academy. Like I said, they pepper spray you, and it's drills that you have to do so that you already know how strong pepper spray is, if it gets in your eyes, and how to work through it.
And what did they ask you to do after being sprayed when you done the Bad Bob exercise? Can you talk me through it?
Yes. So after they spray you, they first tell you, because when they spray you, your eyes are closed. And they tell you, well, we want you to take a couple blinks so that way it gets into your eyes and, they can tell when it hits. They then ask like a series of questions like your license plate number, where are you at right now, how long have you been living in Memphis? And then after you answer a series of questions, they then tell you to go, I believe it was, do a couple strikes to a dummy. So that way you're fighting with the dummy while you're, still blinded with pepper spray. After you do a good couple strikes, they tell you move on to the next station, which is a training dummy laying on the ground. And it's handcuffing the dummy also while you're blind.
Is it difficult to handcuff that dummy while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And is it difficult as far as finding where Bad Bob is even while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And it is, according to what you had said during that evening, that was pretty much similar to what you went through in actual real life that evening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that a typical type of evening where you had Texas pepper spray in your eye and had to run across 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir.
And was that one of the most difficult interactions that you had while you were with the Memphis Police Department?
It was one of them. Yes, sir.
And that was, and as you indicated, it put you all the way back in your frame of mind to being in the academy, having to deal with bad law.
Yes, sir.
Passing with John.
I'm not gonna be too long, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Like you said, I think you've talked to a lot of people.
Yes, sir.
I think me and you talked once, is that right?
We spoke several times. Yes, sir.
Once you
Yes, sir. Something like that.
and you testified, in a federal grand jury once, is that correct?
Believe so. Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the start. Like I said, I'm not trying to be long. I do want to go back to the start, okay? And it made sense to me because often as police officers, it would make sense for you to say we. I mean, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's just how we do it. If you're gonna write an affidavit or complain about what somebody did, you would say the person was observed to do X, Y, and Z, but it may have been other police officers that observed X, Y, and Z.
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That is how it's supposed to work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it's not uncommon for you to say we and stuff like that. I want to though separate, what you actually saw versus, the we, okay?
All right.
All right, so we're on that night, and you said we saw Tyre Nichols speeding, but I want to take that apart, okay? Who is it that saw something?
Officer Martin.
Okay. And you've been asked the question before whether or not you actually saw Tyre Nichols speeding. Your answer was no, that it was also Martin that said he saw Tyre Nichols speeding. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked previously, so what did you actually see Tyre Nichols do? And your answer was that he changed lanes without signaling.
Yes, sir.
Once or twice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is a traffic violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see, how do you know that when Martin said, I see him speak, is that on the radio or something?
Yes, sir.
So you hear Officer Martin say on the radio, I see a car speeding.
Yes, sir.
Did you see at that point Officer Martin activate his blue lights?
A couple blocks up. Yes, sir.
Couple blocks up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this car is ahead of y'all,
Yes, sir.
and at this point is Martin ahead of you,
Yes, sir.
and you're further back.
Martin is ahead of me. I'm in the middle, and Haley's behind me.
And you haven't seen this car speeding,
No, sir.
but you've heard Martin say that.
Yes, sir.
You travel some more blocks.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you said a couple or a few, but whichever one, a couple or a few. And Martin activates his blue lights.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't keep his blue lights on, though, does he?
No, sir.
He flips them on pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And he continues to travel.
Yes,
right,
sir.
for just a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he flips them off.
Yes, sir.
And then the cars continue to travel.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we watched the video before of, as Mr. Schumacher said, a videographer that did the route. Okay. But it sounds like it's not like Emmett Martin had his blue lights on the whole time during this route, right?
All right. Yes, sir.
Blue light click on. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but presumably the car that was speeding didn't stop.
All right. Yes,
Right?
sir.
I mean, even if you couldn't see it, pretty obviously didn't stop, right?
Yes, sir.
So flick on blue lights, that car didn't stop. Flick off blue lights.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, what are y'all doing?
They were following Mr. Nichols.
They were following. Now, they weren't pursuing him, were they?
No, sir.
Because it's even against the policy to pursue a car for that offense, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so flick blue lights on, car doesn't stop, flick them off, and we're just gonna sort of follow the car.
Yes, sir.
That's sort of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And while y'all are following the car, you see the car do a lane change once or twice without a turn signal.
Yes, sir.
You never see the car going on to incoming traffic, do you?
No, sir.
You never see a car hopping the curb or anything like that.
No, sir.
Y'all are just following and catching back up to it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all do catch back up to it.
Yes, sir.
And when y'all do catch back up to it, blue lights come on.
Yes, sir.
And y'all are in cars that don't look like police cars, right?
No, sir.
They're like Dodge Chargers or something.
Yes, sir.
And they're not marked MPD or anything like that. They're probably black. They're black.
Mine was blue.
Dodge Chargers, the lights are even on the inside.
Yes, sir.
So it's just that those panel sort of light things.
And I believe it had lights inside the grill on the front of the car.
Y'all catch back up to the car, the blue lights back on.
Yes, sir.
Catch back up to the car's actually stopped, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it stopped in the left-hand turn lane
Yes, sir.
with the left-hand turn signal on.
I don't recall the turn signal on.
Left-hand turn lane. All right,
Yes, sir.
stop.
Yes, sir.
And this is the point where the traffic stop, the actual, what we watched again, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been asked about this traffic stop a bunch,
Yes, sir.
fair to say, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see, you've been asked these questions before, did you ever see Tyre Nichols take a swing at anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him punch somebody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him kick anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever cuss at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever spit at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Did he ever threaten y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
In fact, you actually described what he did as politely resisting.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've been previously asked, well, what did y'all do, right?
Yes, sir.
You get out of the car with your gun drawn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you put it up,
Yes, sir.
is that correct? At some point during this conversation, you press the taser up to his leg or something.
Yes, sir.
But at that point, the electricity is not on the taser.
Correct.
I'm not trying to say you taser it.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just have the taser press up to him.
Yes, sir.
You say something to the akin to, I'm gonna tase your ass or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Who says, I'm gonna break your shit?
I believe that was Officer Haley.
All right, so tase your ass, I'm gonna break your shit. He has been, thrown's not the right word. How was he taken to the ground?
I don't recall how he was taken to the ground. I just know we were on the ground.
We saw how he was taken out of the car.
Yes, sir.
So he's taken out of the car, would you say forcefully?
Yes, sir.
You had told an officer on the scene that he was persuaded to get out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Persuaded to me sounds like there was a negotiation and, ultimately he was persuaded to get out of the car. But he wasn't persuaded to get out of the car, was he?
No, sir.
He was forcefully taken to the car.
Yes, sir.
On the ground,
Yes, sir.
he is being yelled at,
Yes, sir.
he is being threatened.
Yes, sir.
And you do have the taser weapon up to his body.
Yes, sir.
And he is also pepper sprayed.
Not yet at that point.
At some point in this.
Yes, sir.
At some point in this suspension.
Yes, sir.
Before he runs away.
Yes, sir.
And that's actually, I should have told you, that's the point we're going up to, the point he runs away. Okay. You've been asked previously, well, is it possible that all that stuff, all those actions, is what made Tyre Nichols run away?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I was going to ask this question previously. In his prior testimony.
Correct testimony in another hearing. Yes, sir. If I can have the hearing further.
Yeah, putting him on the stand is not helping the defense, in my opinion. I mean, he's basically saying that he was softly objecting to what y'all was doing. It didn't seem soft to me at all. Like, he was loud with it, but at the same time, I don't think it was unreasonable given the circumstances that he was under. So very interesting here. He's not helping them. This is a very interesting witness they chose.
Threatened to break his ship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Threatened to tase his ass.
Yes, sir.
Pepper spray.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols runs away.
Yes, sir.
You heard Officer Martin say something, and I'll put words. Well, what did you hear Officer Martin say when Tyre was being forced to remove from the car?
To let go of his gun.
To let go of his gun.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, you're asking some questions. I knew that was what you meant. You didn't hear anybody grab a gun.
No, correct. I
Like
just
you
heard
didn't
Mark
hear a
say.
hand hitting metal or something like that.
Right, correct.
You heard Officer Martin say,
Let go of my gun.
let go of my gun. Did you see Tyre Nichols grab for his gun?
No, sir.
You just heard Martin say that.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed for his gun?
No, sir.
Did you in fact speak with Officer Martin after this incident?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you more doubt as to whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed for his gun?
No, sir. I was just asking Martin if I heard what I thought I heard.
Was reference made that it could have been something just tugging on his belt?
Later on, Martin did say that.
Which is entirely different, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was hearing that as to why Tyre was thrown on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And how this all went so forceful, you admit it was forceful,
Yes, sir.
so quick,
Yes, sir.
with an individual who testified before wasn't even fighting y'all. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You described him as resisting, to be fair, correct?
Yes, sir.
You described it as polite resistance, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were very clear that you would not consider that fighting.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yet he was threatened, yet he was pepper spraying. And then as he ran off, you attempted to tase him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you never went from there to the scene of the criminal activity, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, when we watched the body cam video, we heard you tell somebody, I hope they stomp his ass.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you regret that comment?
Yes, sir.
If we watch more video later, we see another comment about Tyree's face and how he looks after this happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you regret that comment too?
Yes, sir.
But would you acknowledge that I hope they stomp his ass? There's something to that.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard in this police department of the term or the phrase or the concept of, you know, some sort of street tax or some sort of street justice for somebody that runs for the police?
Not just for Memphis police. Yes, sir.
More general, yeah, not just.
Just police in general.
You grew up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard this before,
Yes, sir.
correct? You've described, or have you described before, how you've heard it, especially from older officers?
Yes, sir.
I think you told me, I think you made a statement, officers that don't even want to get out of cars anymore.
Right. Yes, sir.
That old school, you hear them talking about the street tax.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nowadays, it's not talked about in terms of street tax, is it?
No, sir.
Is there talk among the officers though that if somebody runs and you get them, that is a chance to get one punch in?
Possibly. Yes, sir.
Do you want to try to get in more than one punch?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because then it's too much.
One punch is justice for running.
No, sir.
Well, what is it?
Just put handcuffs on him.
Just put handcuffs on.
Get him under control. Yes, sir.
Well, prior you've been asked if somebody runs, right?
Yes, sir.
That is common for officers or not common? And sometimes officers try to get a little, it's your word, street justice.
Yes, sir.
And you have acknowledged that one punch may be, I don't want to say acceptable, but let's say acceptable.
Possibly. Yes, sir.
For more than one punch, unacceptable.
Yes, sir.
And I think even we talked, a punch can also be called pieces, right? A piece.
Yes, sir.
So one piece, a lot of pieces though, problem.
Right. Yes, sir.
Ultimately, you watched that Sky Cop video, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is that the stomping that you were hoping for?
No, sir.
Is that beyond anything?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is that beyond anything that you were hoping for?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You talked, Mr. Hackman just asked you about Officer Martin seeing the blue Nissan Sentra speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you relied on that to initiate the stop, or participate in initiating the stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you hadn't seen speeding at that point.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Am I correct that you did see traffic violations by that blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is his witness, and this is leading.
violations did you see the blue Nissan Sentra engage in on the riverbank?
Fleeing from the police and multiple lane changes without a blinker.
And did you see traffic violations by the Sentra on Rains after the turn?
No, sir.
You were asked by Mr. Sumak about your speed and looking at your speedometer while watching the video yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And did you recall what speed you reached on the Rains?
About 60 miles an hour.
And your body worn camera showed Garmin that you had in windshield, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does the Garmin, what does it show when you're exceeding the speed limit?
It turns bright red in the bottom left corner.
Now, did you see Demetrius Haley used soft, empty hands control as part of that stop?
Yes, sir.
When?
When you pulled Mr. Nichols out of the car.
And did you hear Emmett Martin say, I felt somebody tug on my belt during the traffic stop?
Later on, yes, sir.
During the traffic stop, what did you hear Martin say?
Let go of my gun.
And you reacted to that?
Yes, sir.
At the traffic stop, did he ever say anything about tugging on his belt?
No, sir.
And it's what was said during the stop that was important, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to, you're trained to assess the threat at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, Judge, I think, this is witness and this is legal.
Don't have any further questions, Sean?
Mr. Zuma? Yeah, I don't have anything. Fair?
You were asked a few moments ago about you growing up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had family members high up in the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you ended up reaching that goal as a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know the term street taxes, Mr. Haggard had asked you 3 months ago.
Yes, sir.
And you also were asked questions about having talked across the street at the federal building, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked across the street at the federal building, now you said, he asked you something about testifying one time in front of the grand jury, right?
Yes, sir.
But you actually met over there a number of times, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked times and again about Mr. Bean as it relates to street tax, as well as everybody else on that was part of the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct in your statement that you never heard Mr. Bean refer to a street tax?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you never heard Mr. Bean administering a street tax to anybody, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were asked questions about seeing videos, and you saw videos eventually over at 302, and gave a statement, I guess called a 302, right? You know what a 302 is? You don't.
No, sir.
All right. You did give statements to the feds, to the federal, I guess, to the Department of Justice and members of the U.S. Attorney's Office. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you might not, and if you haven't seen them, don't worry about it, but did you ever see a typed up form of the statements that you gave?
Not that I recall.
All right. Do you remember that you were eventually shown videos regarding the incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were first asked questions, you weren't shown any videos, right?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Right, but when they did show you videos, you said yourself that it looked like Mr. Benning was just trying to get him into handcuffs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to what you said at that time, said that it didn't seem like he's doing anything wrong when you're looking at the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else from Steve?
Yeah, I don't know what points the videos we're talking about. He wasn't doing anything wrong. We're talking about the point of the video when he and Mr. Smith were pressing Mr. Nichols down and Mr. Martin soccer kicks Tyre.
They weren't talking about Mr. Martin.
Okay, so they were just asking about the movements of Mr. Nichols.
I was talking about Mr. Perry was only asking about Mr. B.
Soccer kicks were wrong.
Yes, sir.
All those hits to the face were wrong.
Yes, sir.
Those kicks after he was already on the ground were wrong.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from this witness?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so withdraw the question, have voice read and step down. If I can have the attorney's approval.
All right, y'all. So, do y'all think they're calling any other witnesses? Let me get a post check on it. Y'all think they're calling any other witnesses? Because I don't know how this one just blew up in their face. If you ask me, this was a silly witness to put on a stand. Very, very bad decision. They need to let it go.
Getting the door unlocked. All right, Mr. Benning, say who was going to be your next witness?
Jordan Riley, Your Honor. Riley.
Sir, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God. Just gonna need to spit out your gums. All right, Mr. Engel, you can proceed.
Good morning. Would you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
This is Jordan, Jordan, Riley, Riley.
Mr. Riley, have you ever been the victim of a theft?
Yes.
You would tell the jury when and what happened.
About almost, well, not quite 3 years ago, around October. It would have been right around Halloween, actually the night after Halloween. I, of course, was at the house I was living in at that time. We had some friends over for, of course, a Halloween party. Everybody left. The next day, one of the friends that was there lived down the road, drove by the house and called and said, "Hey, there's glass all around your car." Of course, at that point, I go outside and I look at it, and of course, my window had been busted out and a car had been ran through. So,
Halloween of what year?
would have been 22.
And what was stolen from your car?
Of course, my wallet, which of course had money in it, some debit cards, and, some old IDs and stuff like that I didn't really use anymore on a consistent basis. And of course, I did have an everyday carry, as I do have my concealed carry license, and it was a Ruger LCP Max.
I'm gonna approach past exhibit 29 to the witness and ask you to flip through those pictures, Mr. Riley.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize anything in those pictures?
Yes.
What do you recognize? Well, does any of that depict things that were stolen from your car that night?
Yeah, the last one.
And what is that?
That would be my high school student ID card.
And for what high school was it?
Paducah Tillman.
Is that what you're talking about was stolen from your car Halloween night 2022?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Tyre Nichols?
I have no knowledge of him or any association to him.
Did Tyre Nichols have your permission to have any of your property at any point?
No, I've never met him.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Mr. Zuma. Sir, you've seen your photo ID. Is this one of the first times you ever seen that photo ID since the night it was stolen?
That's the last time I've seen it. Like, as far as, it being in possession of somewhere.
You did do a police report. I don't know if you covered that. Did you do a police report on this break-in?
Yes, I did.
And were those items listed in the police report that you were missing?
That was included in the wallet that I told them that it was stolen.
Have you been contacted by law enforcement or family members of anyone at all to say, hey, we have your photo ID?
No.
That's all I have.
Ain't that some shit?
Do you know the name Keyshawn Ayers?
Who?
Keyshawn Ayers.
No.
You aware that he was arrested, prosecuted, and pled guilty to a series of car break-ins on that Halloween night in that neighborhood?
I do not. I never got any update on
That name
anything.
doesn't mean anything to you?
No, sir.
You have no idea how your ID ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
None at all. I went to sleep that night after, of course, hanging out with some friends, and then woke up the next morning and had to file a police report and everything, and then had to be at work the next hour. So.
And how years later you find out somehow that car ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
Yeah. Just finding out about all this.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
All right, anything else of this witness?
Yep.
All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, so you can step down before you go. Thank you. Yeah, the attorney's broken one more time.
The man said on the stand and said he never heard anything else about it. He filed a police report, never heard anything else about it. Then all of a sudden, this murder trial goes on and he finds out that his stuff is in the car. Come on now. Come on now. Never called him and said, yeah, we got your license. We found it. Come on down here and get it. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, I found this. Let me see. She need a. Complete waste of time. I don't think that they needed to put any of those folks on the stand. Let's see what they come up with next.
Yeah, ma'am, see, this is Officer Greg Turner. All right. So you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God. Yes, sir. All right, please have a seat. Sit down, please, sir. Mr. Turner, will you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory, last name Turner, GREGORYTURNER.
And are you currently employed with the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what precinct are you in?
I'm at Range Precinct,
And how long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
14 years.
And during those 14 years, have you come into contact with Darius Bean?
Yes,
How did you come into contact with Darius Bean?
I was his primary FTO.
And can you tell this jury what FTO is?
field training officer.
How does that FTO program work?
When he comes out the academy, he get assigned to FTO, which I was assigned him. It works in phases. We have 4 phases. He comes with me first phase, 30 days. Go to another FTO in the second and third phase for 30 days each, and then he'll come back to me for the 4th phase and until he finishes up his remaining days.
And during that time frame after being an FTO, let me step back. You said you were his FTO for 2 of those 4 phases.
Yes, sir.
And so you were the first phase and then the last phase.
Yes, sir. 4th phase.
And after the 2 terms as FTO, did you still work in the same precinct with Mr. Bean?
Yes, sir.
And this would have been around the year 2020 to 2022.
Yeah, so around that time. I can't say what time. I think like 20, 21, 22, somewhere around there.
And from your memory, do you remember Mr. Bean going from your precinct to the Scorpion unit?
I remember it. Yes, I remember he told me he was joining that unit over there.
And to your understanding, was that an application process, or did you get picked for that unit?
You get picked off the merit of your work, what kind of work activity you have, good work effort and stuff.
And so both as your field training officer time frame and during that 2-year period, y'all still working out of the same precinct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you tell this jury about the officer you know as Tyre Bean?
Oh, Tyre is he's a humble guy, well-mannered, listen. He's probably one of my favorite trainees, as we call him. He went above and beyond. I didn't have to repeat myself twice, which I really respected in him. Superb young fellow. When I had they caused me into trouble, constantly, listened to me, listened to my guidance, and understood where I was coming from. And just overall, just a good young man during that time frame that I had.
Yeah. During the time that he would have been assigned to you, he was right out of college. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. And he had, so he would have been around 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
Pretty young guy.
Young. Yes, sir.
As a young man, did he take his job seriously and show maturity?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. At that age, I wouldn't have thought he was 21 at that time.
In other words, was he getting himself together, or was he got together?
He was put together. He was well put together. So, yes, sir.
And is there any critiques as far as his character that you have and his reputation in that precinct and in Memphis Police Department?
His reputation was good. Good officer. That's how you can come involved with that unit that he went to as being a good proven officer on the streets.
And then you don't have any critiques of his character at all?
No, sir. No.
Back to witness, Your Honor.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Just briefly. Mr. Attorney, you said you worked with Mr. Bean 2 years, 90 days. Sounds about right?
I know I trained with him for, probably 60 days, maybe about 50 to 60 days. But we worked together once he finished his phases. We worked together until he turned, he had a year on. He had a year. So that's when he came out probation. So I can't remember when he technically went to the unit, but I know shortly after he came off probation, he went there. So.
And in that time, you knew him to be, you said, a good guy.
Yeah, yeah.
But you would agree with me, good people can make bad choices, right?
Yep.
That's all I have, Judge.
Anything else for this witness? I don't have anything further. All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, sir. You can shut down.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, the next witness.
Next, I'm going to call Kevion Taylor.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Glad to see you, sir.
Proceed, John. Yes, sir. Mr. Taylor, will you please please state and spell your full name for this court?
Kevion Taylor, K-E-V as in Victor, E-O-N, last name Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
And Mr. Taylor, what's your current occupation?
I am a pastor of a church and I'm an attorney.
And you're licensed in the state of Mississippi?
I am, yes, sir.
And do you know a person by the name of Tyre Bean?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how long have you known Mr. Bean?
I've known Mr. Bean for about 7 years.
Now, you said you're an attorney. You met Mr. Bean 7 years ago. Where did you meet Mr. Bean?
I met Mr. Bean while we were students at the University of Mississippi.
And at that time, how did you first come into contact with him?
I came into contact with him when he wanted to join a fraternity on campus. I was a chapter president of that fraternity, and he was one of the applicants, and I got to observe him and get to know him from that point.
And you said you got to observe him. Prior to being a student at the University of Mississippi, had you had any military service?
Yes, sir. I enlisted in the Mississippi Army National Guard when I was in high school, served all through undergrad and law school as well.
Are you also trained as a firefighter?
Yes, sir. I'm a certified fireman in the state of Mississippi. I joined the volunteer department when I was 15 years old. And then when I got to college, I joined the department in Lafayette County as well. And I served all through college.
And so you've been in contact with people that have to serve as a team. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And in your experience as a firefighter, your experience in the military, your experience with your fraternity, and your observation of Mr. Bean, how would you describe his character based off of your background and experience?
I would say he's humble. I'd say he's a man of integrity. I'd say he's a man of the truth. And he's a friend, I would say.
And when you describe the integrity that he has, was there a particular situation that occurred while he was, and you said that you were your chapter's president, did Mr. Bean ever serve while you would have been in law school as the president of that same chapter?
He did, actually. So the year after I ceased being the president of the chapter, Tyre Bean became the chapter president.
And was there a situation where his character would have been tested at least?
Absolutely. We had some chapter members who took some funds out of the chapter account that they were not authorized to take in sum of over $3,000. Bean and I found out about it. Of course, I wasn't the chapter president at the time, but he let me know, and I stopped what I was doing. He stopped what he was doing. We went to the bank immediately, and we rectified that situation. And that included confronting those members that had committed that wrong and letting everybody else know what had happened.
And is there anything about his personality, character, etc., that would lead you as a member of the bar, man of cloth, etc., from coming to this court and testifying to this jury regarding that man's character, that would give you problems about doing that?
Absolutely not. As you know, as a member of the bar, as a fireman, as a military officer, and a member of the cloth, I have raised my hand and taken oaths like all the other officers of this court have done, and I take my oath seriously because I know that there's another judge that's judging on whether or not when we tell the truth or not. So absolutely not. There's nothing that gives me reprehension about being a witness on his behalf.
Good man.
Absolutely.
That's the witness.
All right.
Same topic, Your Honor. Same.
Mr. Tyler, you said in that incident that you and Mr. Perry were just talking about where the money was stolen, Bean was the president at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
and the money was taken, and he notified you immediately, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You all rectified that situation immediately,
Yes, ma'am.
and you all confronted the people who did something immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
So he does know how to do all those things, right?
I would assume so.
That's all I have to do.
No problem.
All right, thanks, sir.
court would call Mr. Brian McKinney.
Sir, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, that's you, sir. Proceed.
Mr. McKinney, will you state and spell your full name for the court?
Bryant McKinney, Bryant, McKinney, McKinney.
Mr. McKinney, currently you work in corporate security,
Yes, sir. I'm in corporate security leadership.
and McKinney, did you go through the police academy with Mr. Tadarius Bean?
Yes, sir. I did.
Do you remember what class that would have been?
133rd.
And you, did you know Mr. Bean prior to going through the academy?
No, sir. I did not.
And after the academy, did you all maintain friendship?
Yes, sir. We did.
And in your experience while in the academy and subsequent to the academy, did you work with the MPD after coming out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
And
That's not gonna amplify your voice. The court reporters is recording it, so you don't have to.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know.
And you speak up well, just keep your voice up.
Understand.
You worked with MPD after coming out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
Were you all in the same precinct at that time?
No, sir.
And you indicated that y'all did go through the academy together. Can you describe Mr. Bean as a student in that academy?
As a student in the academy, he was always prepared, always seeking to try to help people throughout the academy when we were doing physical fitness or tests or anything like that. He always just had a mild-mannered mentality and always kept a level head to try to just help others just be the best they could.
If somebody came up and said, "Man, Bean's such a loudmouth, I can't believe it." Would that shock you?
It would definitely shock me.
Is Bean pretty quiet guy?
Yes, he is.
Would you consider him a serious guy?
When serious matters arise, yes.
In a sense of humor, but he
Right, yes. I always got a sense of humor, though.
did he take his job and what you all were trying to do as law enforcement officers to be at that time? Did he take that seriously?
He did. He honestly did. He felt that the job was very serious and there was a need to kind of help keep the city safe and play his part in doing so.
Now, when you came out of the academy, did you all keep in contact with each other?
Yes, sir, we did.
We're still friends to this day, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Now, would you describe Mr. Bean as a person just kind of on his own program, or did Mr. Bean try to follow the book, the man by the book?
Definitely a man by the book.
And when you say by the book, do you have an example of how by the book Mr. Bean is?
Yes, sir, I do. When he first gave me the call that he got to OCU, it was a great time for him because he got a take-home car as well. And during that time, he was having some vehicle maintenance issues. And he called me. He was like, do you mind taking me to get something to eat? Because we stayed in close proximity. I was like, why? You have a take-home car. He was like, well, no, we can't use a take-home car if it's not work duties. And so I had to go pick him up and take him up the street, even though he had a take-home car, but he was by the book no matter what it calls for. He didn't use his badge or anything given from the department to, for his own benefit.
So you had to you had to go to his house, run him to the burger store or whatever to get a hamburger. And he had a car outside that OCU had.
Yes, sir.
And that's how by the book he is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how he's always been since you've known him?
Yes, sir, until this day.
Would you have any problems if you had to serve in policing the same way with him at this point, with him being an officer with you?
No, sir, I would have no problem.
Anything about his character that you have a criticism of?
No, sir, you never have to second guess him.
Now, a few moments ago, I asked you about being in the academy. Did you go through an exercise in the academy called Bad Bob?
Yes, sir, I did.
What is the Bad Bob exercise?
It's an exercise where we were in the gym, if I remember correctly, and we were pepper sprayed. We were pepper sprayed, and they asked us a series of questions, some related to what is our tag number, and to give the chemical agent some time to kind of really sit in. And after that, we were asked to run down the court and grab a kind of like a dummy that weighed a certain amount of pounds and hit the dummy, if I'm not mistaken, until the dummy stopped resisting. And then we were asked to then try to handcuff the dummy.
Is that a part of an exercise that it could go into your muscle memory? In other words, if you're in a situation like that, that would help you if you are facing somebody resistant.
Yes, sir.
And if you are faced with being pepper sprayed trying to arrest a person, does that create any difficulties?
Yes, sir. It was still even difficult. They had the videos, but it was still even difficult on a dummy that wasn't moving when we were doing that training exercise.
I'm going to pull up a video and I'm going to ask you if you can identify. Yes, John. This is queued up. It is. It's him. All right. Thank you. Now, see. Can you identify for this jury who that person is?
That's myself. Yes, sir.
And is this prior to you being hit in the face with pepper spray?
At this point, I think we press play is right when they're about to spray me, if I'm not mistaken.
And go ahead, you can just watch it.
Yeah, that's when they sprayed me.
You cut the volume up. Pause it. Okay. Little pain, a lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
If you recall, are they saying anything to you at this time?
Yeah, they're. I think they started asking me questions about my tag number, driver license number. Then they kind of tell me to gather myself so that I can.
You remember them telling you go fight Bad Bob?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they asked me to point to him.
You remember what you're saying during this time?
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting, stop resisting. And the next person.
Mr. Singleton used the time.
I apologize. I did that.
1:20.
He started this
Video
stuff.
started at 12.
For the record, yeah, you can say for the record.
Already. Video started at 12:22. Stopped at 13:55.
All right, thank you. Now, even today, that would have been what, about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that experience to this day?
Yes, sir.
Somebody says that, hey, will you do Bad Bob for us in front of this jury? Would that be something that you want to come in here and do?
Not at all.
Now, during that exercise, you're allowed to put one hand over one eye, right?
Yes, sir.
and you're also advised to close the other eye that is being sprayed into, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's somewhat different than if you have your eyes open and somebody sprays, right?
That's correct.
You think it would have been more intense had you had your eyes open and got a direct spray?
Yes, sir. And to be honest, I still tried to time it and close my other eye.
And so, in just as a recap, as far as Mr. Bean's character, you have no criticisms, right?
None whatsoever.
All right. And then the second phase, being pepper sprayed and being asked to stop a person that's resisting, and then subsequently, it's not captured on there, but you also have to put handcuffs on something, right?
Correct.
Is that difficult, even in a controlled environment?
Extremely.
Oh, everything, right?
Very briefly, Mr. McKinney, you're sprayed in one eye at the academy, correct?
Correct.
And the other eye closed,
Yes, sir.
and it looked like, were you pinching your nose so you didn't inhale the pepper spray?
Yes, we were told, if I remember correctly, to kind of cover the nose area.
And they sprayed closed eye.
Well, I was supposed to be open, but yes.
And then you had to blink.
Yes, blink to get it in the eye. Yes, sir.
That's
That experiment that you did with the Memphis Police Department as part of your training, prior to them squirting you in the eye with one squirt, were things tense? Were you scared?
Yes, sir. I was scared. It felt like sand, burning sand in your eye.
Listen to my question. Before they squirted you in the eye, was your life in jeopardy? Were you scared of anything?
No, sir.
And then you get squirted, you know you have all your friends around you, and you have your instructors around you. Did you then panic once you did get shot in the eye with the pepper spray?
I did.
That's all I have.
Is it still Officer McKinney
No, no, ma'am.
along with MPD?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you were going through bad Bob, this was a training exercise, right?
Yes.
It was supposed to help you all be able to withstand the effects of pepper spray, correct?
To get lifelike experience as close as possible.
Gotcha. And so you only did bad Bob one time at the academy, is that right?
That's correct.
So you're not repeating bad Bob over and over, are you?
Correct.
And are you telling the jury that Memphis Police Department said, hey, when you get out in the street, punch people in the head? You're not saying that, right?
That's correct. They didn't say that.
They never told you out in the street, kick people in the head, get that?
No, ma'am.
Just that's all I have.
Anything else? Briefly, just because Mr. Johnson asked the first two questions. Did anybody say, hey, this is a disclaimer as it relates to bad Bob, don't fight a resistor like this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did anybody while you're in the academy say this is not the way to actually try to stop somebody resisting? Did they say that to you?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, did they advise or encourage you to strike bad Bob with a lot of force?
They did.
And that was during a time that they sprayed you, correct?
Correct.
And then after striking him with force, you were asked to put the handcuffs on.
Correct.
Anything else for this witness?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
Sir, those are all questions. Sit down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your lunch is en route, if not here. We're going to go ahead and excuse you all for lunch at this time. If you can please make sure you leave your notes in your chairs. Please do not discuss the case. We'll call you back in as soon as we are ready for you.
You're to be excused.
Yeah, the Memphis courtrooms are the Tennessee courtrooms down there in Memphis. They a little old school. It don't give high tech vibes at all. So it does look a little interesting. So again, the defense is putting on their case in the Tyre Nichols trial. Here we are seeing just a list of character witnesses going through, just kind of giving testimony. It seems like Mr. Person he's putting on his case. I'm not really sure if the other defendants are going to put on a case or not, but that's kind of what's happening right now. I don't think that it's going to change. I believe the jury has already made up their mind. I don't think it's really going to change the way they view this case, even though I know that they're supposed to wait until everybody puts on their evidence before they make their final decision. But to me, it's pretty black and white, but we'll see what happens, as the case proceeds. So a lot of conversation going on in the chat just about the traffic stop and what's justifiable and what's not. In my opinion, nothing about this was justified. They had an opportunity to subdue Tyre without using excessive force. They had him in handcuffs. It was a 3-on-1 at one point, 4-on-1 at one point. So I think that, the excessive force is there, and I believe that the state really did prove their case here. So right now they're heading over to a lunch break. I would encourage you to do the same if you haven't had one yourself. I'm definitely about to eat me some Lee's chicken. But we are also watching the Patrick Hayoya trial. So Patrick Hayoya's murder trial, excuse me. So this is the Michigan versus Christopher Schur trial. We just watched the opening arguments from the prosecution. And so I'm going to get us queued up to watch the defense's opening arguments and just keep us going into day one of this trial, which also started on April the 28th. So, keep the conversation going. And after the lunch break, we will head back over to the Tyre Nichols trial and continue there unless we hit up against our stopping point for the day. So shout out to everybody watching with us today. Make sure that you hit the like button. Make sure that you subscribe if you haven't done so already. And if you want to become a member of the Taylor Gang, I do have the membership link posted at the top of the chat. So here we go.
Ms. Hamilton, would you like to give your opening now or wait until later?
Now, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Michaela Hamilton, and it's my privilege to represent Christopher Schur. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Those are the final commands that Officer Schur gave to Mr. Lioya before he was forced to make a decision he hoped never to have to make. What you'll learn from the evidence in this case and throughout this trial is this is not the murder case that the prosecution wants this to be. This case is about self-defense, which is, as the judge will explain, is a justification to murder. The prosecution will try to make this as something it's not. They'll use words like excessive, unnecessary. They'll call Chris Schur a murderer for doing the very job we asked him to do, for protecting the citizens of Grand Rapids and for protecting himself. And the evidence will show that this was not murder. This was self-defense. This is about a man who is doing his job as a peace officer, a man who took an oath to protect, to defend, to run towards danger when others run away. The evidence will show that Officer Christopher Schur did everything he could to avoid using deadly force, even after being disarmed of his taser. He fought with Mr. Lioya for over a minute to try to get his taser back. And you'll see he tries to turn it off. And when he couldn't, when he lost all control, he was forced to make a split-second decision, one he hoped never to have to make. He didn't choose to take a life. He chose to save his own. And we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, after hearing all of the facts, the evidence will show that Christopher Schur is not guilty. He is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges because he followed his training, he followed the law, and he did everything he had to do to survive. So I want to take you back to that day, April 4th of 2022. It started as an ordinary day. 31-year-old Christopher Scher woke up around 4 a.m., which wasn't unusual. Chris was used to working hard. He earned a full-time scholarship to Siena Heights University, and he was a 5-time All-American cross-country athlete. He was born and raised in Byron Center, where he met his high school sweetheart and now wife, Brandy, who is here with him today. Chris and Brandy were heavily involved in their church, frequently attending mission trips to Kenya, which is where they chose to get married. Chris and Brandy have always been devoted to helping others. So, around 4:30 on that Monday morning, and before going to work as a Grand Rapids police officer, Chris kissed his wife Brandy and their dog Arrow goodbye, telling them he loved them. And Chris arrived at the station around 5 a.m., roughly 30 minutes before his shift started. He always liked to get there early to make sure he was prepared for the day ahead. And when Chris put on his uniform, he became Officer Scher. And that day, just like every other day, Officer Scher had one job and one priority: to protect the people of Grand Rapids. He had no idea that within a few hours, he would end up in a fight for his life. Around 8 a.m. on that cold and rainy Monday morning, Officer Scher was patrolling the southeast side of Grand Rapids. While driving down Kalamazoo Avenue, he noticed a Nissan Altima ahead of him driving unusually slow. And when he ran the license plate, it came back registered to a Ford Fiesta, not the Nissan Altima driving ahead of him. As soon as Officer Scher realized the plates didn't match the car, he turned around and started following the car. And you'll see the video evidence, and the video will show that the car made 2 abrupt right turns, one right and another right. And you'll hear that that is a common sign to police officers that that person is potentially trying to evade arrest. And as soon as the car stops, before Officer Scher is able to get out of the car, you'll see that Mr. Loya jumps out of the car immediately, instead of staying inside like everyone else does when they're pulled over. And because of that, Officer Scher jumped out of his car and immediately commanded him to get back in the car, just like he's trained to do. But the driver failed to comply. And this is a common theme throughout this case. Because Grand Rapids police officers are trained to consider failure to comply. Ask yourself why. As you'll hear, failure to comply with a police officer's lawful commands automatically escalates the situation, raises safety concerns, and creates a reasonable belief that this person could be a potential threat. Ask yourself, why was the plate registered to a different vehicle? Why did the car make 2 abrupt right turns? Why is the driver exiting after coming to a full stop? When Mr. Loya jumped out of the car, it signaled to Officer Scher that this could become dangerous very quickly. But despite this, you'll see that Officer Scher stays calm. He gives the driver the benefit of the doubt and continues with routine staff protocol, asking Mr. Loya for his license. But instead of cooperating, you'll see Mr. Loya evaded questions and demanded to know what he did wrong. Officer Scher confirmed that Mr. Loya spoke English and calmly explained that the plates did match the car. Finally, after the 7th request for a driver's license, you'll see the driver pats his pockets. And then he says he has a license in the car. And he asks the passenger of the vehicle to get it. And you'll see that the passenger could produce a license. And then Mr. Loya abruptly shuts the door and starts walking away from Officer Scher. Again, failure to comply, ask yourself why. Why isn't the driver providing the license? Why did he shut the door and walk away? And you'll hear that officers are trained that when someone tries to distance themselves from a car, it could mean that there's contraband, weapons, or other items inside the car that they don't want the officer to see. All signals raise concerns from the start of the traffic stop. But once Mr. Lioya failed to produce a license, Officer Scher attempted to place him under arrest. He ordered Mr. Lioya to put his hands behind his head so he could arrest him. But Mr. Lioya continued to ignore his commands. And you will hear that Officer Scher gave over 29 lawful commands. 29. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 29 chances that Mr. Lioya had to change his outcome safely. Sorry, get this screen. And you'll see that Mr. Lioya doesn't just ignore Officer Scher's commands. He resists, he pushes, he shoves, he broke free, and he runs. And then you'll see that he fought, and fought, and fought. Mr. Lioya continued to escalate the situation by failing to comply with Officer Scher's lawful commands. He created a danger not only to Officer Scher, but to the citizens of Grand Rapids. And like you heard, he was running towards two strangers' houses. He didn't know them. He was running towards their houses after he had just resisted arrest, after he had pushed an officer, after he had shoved an officer. Officer Scher didn't know what he was going to do or who he could harm if he let him go. As Mr. Lioya called for backup, as Mr. Lioya ran away, Officer Scher called for backup. And a short chase ensued, and Officer Scher tackled him to the ground at a stranger's home, who you'll learn was Wayne Butler and Fred Hunter. Meanwhile, you see the passenger exit the car and start recording on his cell phone. And ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself, what Officer Scher knew about the passenger at this time? You'll see there's no interaction between them. He didn't know who the passenger was or why he was getting out of the car. He didn't know if he was armed. He didn't know if he would join the fight. Officer Scher wrestled with Mr. Lioya in the wet and slippery grass. And the struggle with Mr. Lioya escalated quickly. Officer Scher tried multiple physical maneuvers as he was trained, but nothing worked. Mr. Lioya was overpowering, and he couldn't get him down. You'll see Mr. Lioya was bigger than Officer Scher. He was stronger than Officer Scher, and he kept resisting. And you'll see Mr. Lioya get up off the ground 3 times with Officer Scher on his back. One of them, from a completely prone position on the ground, he does a push-up like it's nothing with Officer Scher on his back. And you're going to hear that Mr. Lioya had a blood alcohol content of 0.29, 4 times the legal limit, which would help explain why it was so hard to get him to stop resisting. You'll hear Mr. Lioya yell to the passenger 3 times to get the keys. Officer Scher called for backup again, expecting an emergency response. But no help came. He was left exhausted and alone. You'll hear him on the video, panting and wheezing for air. Throughout this entire encounter, Officer Scher was following his training. He was following his training, he was following his policy. And after trying to get control of Mr. Lioya to no avail, Officer Scher had to move up to a higher level of force, since nothing else had worked. So he reached for another tool on his belt, the taser. A less lethal, not non-lethal, when in the hands of a trained police officer. A less lethal weapon. And you'll hear the taser can be converted to a deadly weapon, especially when used by an untrained person. And you'll hear all of the warnings that police officers are given. And you heard the prosecution talk about some of those warnings, some of those critical areas to avoid. Police officers are trained on how to use the taser to avoid causing serious bodily injury or death to people. But you will hear it is dangerous, it can cause serious bodily harm, and even death. When Officer Schur drew the taser across his body, he aimed for Mr. Lioya's back, exactly as he was trained. When suddenly Mr. Lioya spun around and squared up to him, and in an instant, Officer Schur was faced with the worst case scenario. Mr. Lioya grabbed the taser, and once he grabbed it, you'll see he never let it go. And this is the moment that changed everything. Desperate and alone, still with no signs of backup, you'll hear that as soon as Mr. Lioya grabbed the taser, Officer Schur was flooded with fear because he knew what it felt like. It causes excruciating pain, incapacitation. It can drop an officer to the ground in seconds. But this fear wasn't just about the pain. This fear was about what could happen next. If Mr. Lioya tased him, he could take his firearm and shoot him with his own weapon, which is something officers are trained to consider. If he went down, he would be defenseless, and his gun would be right there for the taking. And his training was clear. If someone takes your weapon, they'll use it against you. And despite what the prosecution tries to say, the taser, this is not a toy. You will hear it provides and delivers thousands of volts of electricity, causing your muscles to lock up, causing you to be incapacitated. You'll hear the taser can injure you in 3 different ways. As the prosecutor mentioned, neuromuscular incapacitation in probe mode. The drive stun causes extreme pain. And once the taser probes have been discharged, you'll hear that the taser wires can shock you. So not only is this weapon something that causes serious bodily injury, it can lead to potential death when used improperly. And the biggest risk to police officers is that once someone has a taser, if they use it against you, you will be left defenseless. And Mr. Lioya had yet to comply with any of Officer Schur's commands. And you'll hear that Mr. Lioya never complied with one. And the evidence will show that Officer Schur was unaware that the second cartridge had even been discharged. He didn't know it could only be used in drive stun mode. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because even in drive stun mode, the taser can cause serious bodily injury. The prosecution will try to downplay this. They'll try to say it's not that harmful.
I can object that she's arguing now, this is not for her to argue against my case, it's to present her case.
I was saying that, that argument, Ms. Hampton, tone it down a little bit. Thanks.
Throughout this trial, the evidence will show that the taser is a dangerous weapon that can cause serious bodily injury or death, period. The law doesn't ask an officer to wait until they're injured, incapacitated, or shot to act. And you'll hear from our experts and other police officers that officers are trained that action beats reaction. You will hear how quickly officers are trained, someone can turn on them and injure them with a weapon. It's faster than they can respond. And throughout this trial, the only question for you to answer is whether or not Officer Schur's fear was reasonable. And the prosecution cannot meet its burden that it was unreasonable for Officer Schur to be afraid of Mr. Lioya after he disarmed him of his taser, gaining full control of it, trying to fight to get it back for over a minute, regardless of the mode. The moment that Mr. Lioya grabbed the taser changed everything. With Officer Scher's heart pounding, his only thought was clear. I have to get the taser back now so I can arrest him. For over a minute, he fought and fought and fought to get it back. He shouted, "Let go of the taser," again and again and again. Officer Scher tried everything he could to stop it. He tried to turn it off, but Mr. Leoya's hand blocked the safety. And then, when Officer Scher looked down, he saw Mr. Leoya holding the taser in his hand like a firearm. And he felt him getting up off the ground again with the taser in his hand, turning up towards him. And in that split second, he had to ask himself the most terrifying question someone can ever ask. Am I about to die? If he didn't act in that moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't make it home that night. So, Officer Scher, completely out of breath, with no signs of backup on the way, with no other viable options, yelled out one final verbal command to drop the taser. And Mr. Leoya failed to comply. Now, throughout this trial, as you're reviewing all the evidence, ask yourself, why would Mr. Leoya let go of the taser if he didn't plan to use it? Why would Mr. Leoya switch it from his left to his right hand? And you'll see this in the video. Why would he do that if he didn't intend to use it? Why would he keep holding on to it after every command to let it go? Why was he holding it like a gun while getting up and turning towards Officer Scher? The only question for you to decide is whether Officer Scher's belief of danger in that moment was reasonable. And you'll hear from our experts, absolutely, it was reasonable. Throughout this trial, you'll hear from several experts. You'll hear about Officer Scher's training as a Grand Rapids police officer. You'll hear how an exhausted officer would be after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. You'll hear why it would be reasonable for Officer Scher not to hear the second cartridge go off when you're in the middle of a hand-to-hand fight with someone for over 2.5 minutes. What you hear is an eternity when you are fighting for your life. And you'll hear from several of our experts why Officer Scher was justified in using deadly force. And you'll also hear from the people's experts, including from the taser manufacturer itself. And they'll attest that the taser can cause serious bodily injury or death when used improperly, especially by an untrained and unlicensed person. You'll also hear from the people's police practices experts, a law professor from South Carolina, who was a police officer 20 years ago. You'll also hear from their expert from New Mexico, a police officer from New Mexico. So when you hear from these experts, ask yourself, what are they?
Check, Your Honor, she's arguing, yeah, that there's a comment on our experts. That's not what she's proving, is what.
I'll also say that as well.
When you hear from all of the experts, consider what they're relying on. And at the end of the trial, the judge will instruct you on what the law is and what you must consider based on what Officer Scher knew and how Officer Scher was trained. And the law says that a police officer is allowed to use deadly force if he honestly and reasonably believes that he is in danger of serious bodily injury or death. And when you're answering that question, you must consider this from the perspective of an ordinary and prudent person with the knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer. So when you're considering all of the evidence, when you're hearing from all of the experts about police practices and the use of force, remember this. This is what you'll have to consider. What Officer Scher knew, what he was trained. The law does not require perfection. It doesn't ask for hindsight. And when you're considering your verdict, you cannot sit here as a Monday morning quarterback from the safety of the jury box with unlimited time and hindsight. You're not here to judge what Officer Scher should have or could have done. You're here to judge what he did in that split-second moment, based on what he knew, based on what he felt, based on his training and his experiences. Now, a man died, and that's a tragedy. But not every tragedy is a crime. And not every death means someone has to be penalized. And self-defense is not a crime. You'll see a lot of video evidence throughout this trial. And we'll go through that with you step by step. And there's a lot of information in the video that we will point out that you may not have seen from the first few watches. And as you watch the video, ask yourself whether or not Officer Schur had a reasonable belief to be in fear of danger, of serious bodily injury or death. Ask yourself, did Patrick Loyola disarm Officer Schur of his taser? And did he eventually obtain full control of that taser? Ask yourself, did Officer Schur try to get that taser back? And did he believe that the taser could cause him harm? And the evidence will show that Mr. Loyola was driving a car with the wrong plates. There's no dispute that this was a lawful stop. And then he ignored over 29 lawful commands. 29. You'll see he pushed, shoved, resisted arrest, and then he fought and fought and fought. And then he attempted to disarm and did disarm Officer Schur of his taser, an inherently dangerous weapon. And you'll hear, he was nearly 4 times the legal limit, unfazed by pain. So it's your job throughout this trial to decide whether Officer Schur's belief that he was in danger was reasonable. And the prosecution, in this case, has the sole burden. They have the sole burden of proof. And the judge will talk to you a little bit more about this at the end of the trial. And it's the prosecution's burden to prove all of the elements of the crime, and also to prove that Officer Schur was not justified, that he was not in fear. It's not our job to prove anything. It's not our job to convince you he was afraid. It's the prosecution's job to convince you that he was not afraid, that his belief was not reasonable, that it wasn't reasonable for him to be in fear after he was disarmed of his taser, after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. And after you see what Officer Schur went through, after you hear from our experts, ask yourself, is the prosecution proven beyond one single reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense? Because if there's any doubt, the law is clear. In a criminal case where one's liberty is at stake, the Constitution demands something far more: proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there's even one doubt in your mind, you must find Officer Schur not guilty. Not guilty of all charges. And at the end of this trial, we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, you'll understand that this was not murder. This was survival. This was self-defense. And you'll trust that you will return the only verdict that reflects the truth. That Officer Schur is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges. Thank you.
Before you take your seat, sir, can you please raise your right hand? My clerk will swear you in.
All right, so the first person that's getting ready to testify is the guy who was actually in the car with Tyre. So he was casted in the video.
And before you start, in a few moments, just for you can sit down and say thank you. In a few moments, my clerk is going to hand you a list of the witnesses that the people have on their witness list. You may not call the witnesses in that order, and you may not call all of the witnesses. It's simply there for you to take notes if you wish to. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But she'll hand it out momentarily. Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
David, I can barely hear you, so if you can speak up a little loud so we all hear you, so we can hear all the way back here, okay? Could you state your name?
David Bukuru.
Could you spell it, please?
David Bukuru.
David, did you know Patrick Loyola?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
So I knew Patrick, pretty sure I met him around 2008, anywhere from 2017, maybe 2017. He was at the party.
Sorry, he was at what?
He was at the party when I first met him.
Okay. What party is that?
I think it was just a community get-together party, and that's when I met him. And then after that, we went to a friend of one of friend of ours, and then we, he was a really good kid, and then we started to communicate. We changed number, and then time to time he would come to my house. I would go to his house. We were pretty good friends.
When you talk about a community party, was he a neighbor of yours then? What community are you talking about?
Well, I'm from Africa, so time to time we have like events, so we'll meet and then have a good time.
All right, so you're talking about community. Was the African community have events, and you met him at one of those African community events, not in a neighborhood?
No, and that was an African event.
So I'd like to take you back to the last time you saw him. When was the last time you saw him? You recall that day?
The last time I saw him was when he got shot. I mean, when about 30 to 45 minutes before he got shot.
How did you see him 30, 40 to 45 minutes before he got shot? What was going on?
Well, he was in my house. He slept over at my house. That day. So on that Saturday, we had a party. There was I usually host a party. A friend of mine, he do host a party on Saturdays, and then he was at the party. He came after the party. He came to my house. So he was on that Sunday. We were just home, listening to music, and then in the morning of that Monday, he had told me that he had to do something early in the morning. So, I woke him up around 8, if I remember correctly.
Wait, stop right there. We're getting further because we've covered a lot of ground. So you had a party on Saturday. Was he at the party on Saturday?
Well, I met him down there on Saturday. When I met him down there after the party, he came. He went home, and then that Sunday, he came. Like I said, he used to come to my house time to time, and then especially on the weekends. And
so he spent all day Sunday at your place?
Yep, he was all night Sunday.
Who else was there? Who else was at your apartment during the day on Sunday?
My roommate, they met, and there was another guy. He goes by Jamari.
So it was really just the four of you there on Sunday. Did all four of you then spend the night at your place on Sunday?
Yep, it was just four of us. We was stay home, listen to music, playing life. Just pretty much like a regular hangout.
When you say life, like the board game life?
No, we were just talking.
All right, so that's why you said playing life. I'm like, oh, you play a board game. We haven't seen that in years.
No.
So you're just talking, hanging out, talking about life.
Yeah, just.
Now, do you know what time you guys would have went to bed, approximately?
Honestly speaking, it's been 3 years. I don't recall.
Where did Patrick sleep?
On my couch.
And you said something about he had to leave. Did he tell you he had to leave?
Yep, he told me that he had to do something in the morning. So he actually asked me to wake him up early that morning. So that's what I did. I woke him up. I did not know that he was going to get shot. That was the last time.
So when you woke him up, he was on your couch. You didn't know exactly where he had to go, but you woke him up and he left. He left right after that?
So I wake him up. He wanted me to go with him. I told one of my roommates to go with him. Because actually the plan was, I was supposed to, like I said, it was 4 of us in the house. So I woke him up. There was another friend of mine. If I remember correctly, there was a friend of mine that had to go watch his kid. So he dropped him off and then go to take care of his business and then bring back my roommate in the house because he was with my roommate. He went with my roommate.
So Patrick was supposed to come back to your house then?
Yeah, because he went with my roommate.
So he left. And so how many people left your house?
So basically it was all 3 hours stay home.
But that morning, Monday morning when they left, you didn't go.
No, I did not go. I just woke him up. But like I said, he wanted me to wake him up because he had something to do early that morning, which is he never told me what it was.
And then Ame went with him?
Ame went with him.
And then this other individual.
So this other individual, the other individual got dropped off because he had to stay with his daughter, I believe.
And that was the last time you saw him. You didn't know what happened after that.
And the next thing I know, I see my roommate come in the house crying, shaky, and I'm like, what's going on?
How long after that was that later on in the day?
I don't really remember. I think it was maybe around 10. I don't know. I really don't remember.
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night?
Like only like in the afternoon. I really don't remember what time it was, but it was somewhere in the, either 10 a.m. or somewhere in the afternoon. I don't really remember what time in there. I'm like, what's going on?
That was Ame coming home now?
And they come home and he's crying and everything. I'm like, what's going on?
All right, you gotta stop you right there. All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Bakuro. My name is Matt Borgula. How you doing? You a little nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. We've never met before, right?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about your testimony. Now, you indicated that you had spent the day with Patrick on Saturday, part of the day on Saturday.
I met him on Saturday at the party.
Okay. And then you said there was a party. Was that party at your house or someone else's house?
No, somewhere else.
And whose house was that?
No, not a house. It was actually a place. If I remember, it was my place, the one on Division.
Is that like a bar?
Yeah, it's like a bar. We usually one of them. Like I said, he would throw a party down. You know, maybe every other Saturday. So I met him down there. It's pretty much like African party.
Okay, so were you guys drinking that night?
Did I drink?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm old enough to drink. Yeah, I did drink.
I never questioned that you were old enough to drink.
Actually, let me take that back. Yeah, I think like I said, I don't remember. It's been 3 years, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if there was a drink, I probably took a drink.
Okay, and so you spent the part of the night on Saturday with Mr. Leo.
On Saturday, he like I said, I saw him at the party, and then the party happened Saturday night. So on Sunday, he came over. Then he spent all night on Sunday night.
Okay, and what time on Sunday did he come over?
I really don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was like around maybe evening time. Probably say maybe at 6 or 8 p.m. But I really don't remember what time he came up.
Okay, and you say you live with your roommate is Aime Tuyasheme?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you two lived together?
Well, I know him or pretty much. I know him ever since he came from Africa. So I know him since probably when he was in the middle school. So
okay, and how long have you two lived together?
We lived together. Well, I lived with Emmett twice. Once on Wingate and then on Woodfield.
Okay, and where were you on that Sunday? What address were you at? The Wingate or the other one?
No, in my apartment on Woodfield.
On Woodfield, okay. Yeah. All right, and how long have you lived together with Mr. Tuyasheme at Woodfield?
I'll probably say maybe a year or so.
Okay. And Mr. Leoya doesn't live with you?
No.
But he came over about 6 or 8 o'clock on Sunday, and you guys were talking about life?
Yeah, just hanging out.
Okay. Did Mr. Leoya mention any troubles with law that he was having as you were talking about life?
No.
No? Didn't mention anything? Were you guys drinking that night?
He wasn't. I was.
Mr. Leoya wasn't drinking?
He, like I said, he told me that he had to do something early in the morning. I didn't see him drinking.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Leoya's favorite drink is?
Budweiser.
Okay. He likes Budweiser. Okay. All right. So now on Monday morning, so you said that you woke Mr. Leoya up around 8 a.m. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, about that time.
Okay. He got there around 6 or 8 on Sunday.
PM, yep.
So he was at your place for about 12 hours?
He was, like I said, he was just home. Yep. I don't remember him going anywhere. He probably would maybe step somewhere and come back, but I don't really remember him going anywhere. Yeah, we were just home.
He might have stepped out for a little bit, but you don't know.
I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was home all night.
And you don't remember him drinking?
I don't remember him drinking.
Okay. Were you guys drinking, the other people that were there?
I was. I was going through a lot at that time, so yeah, I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Tuyasheme drinking?
I think he was, yeah.
And you mentioned there was a third person there, and I didn't catch the name. Could you repeat that?
His name is John Marie. I think John Marie came later. But he doesn't live there too.
Okay. Did John Marie, did he spend the night?
John Marie, he was there with us. And then when I woke up, Mr. Patrick, he took him. The plan was basically to take him home and then to go to his mission and then come back.
Okay, so Mr. Leoya was going to take John Marie somewhere the next day?
Monday, like he had his own plan that he had to do in the morning, which is he asked me to wake him up.
Okay, and you said he slept on the couch?
Slept on my couch.
And he had all his clothes on?
Yep, all his
okay,
clothes
so
on.
he didn't change clothes and get into a bed?
No, he just like I said, he don't live there, so he slept on the couch.
Okay. Is there a reason he slept on the couch instead of going home?
Like I said, he's a friend of mine. So every friend, any friend of mine is welcome to stay in my house if they want to.
Of course. And I'm sure everybody's had people stay over. But I want to ask you, did you have a plan that he was going to spend the night?
Did I have a plan?
Yeah.
No. I didn't know he was going to spend the night.
But you said that Mr. Leoya had a plan that he was going to get up at 8 and he had some business to take care of.
Yeah, he told me to wake him up, and then that's my biggest regret, waking him up.
Okay. And did you know whether or not Mr. Leoya had a car?
Yeah, he came with a car. Yeah.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Mr. Leoya had a driver's license?
That's personal information. I did not know any of that.
You never discussed that with Mr. Leoya?
We don't never talk about any personal issue. I never discuss if he have a license or if he's question you asked me before if he ever got in trouble with the law. No.
So when you're saying you're talking about life, you're talking about everything but personal information.
Well, when I say life, basically we talk about, hey, you like a job, what your plans? Because I know he, I know he got kids. I got kids, so we let's talk about life in general.
Okay, and you don't remember whether or not he drank at all that night?
That night, I don't remember.
Nothing further.
I don't see any hands raised, and the jury may dismiss the excuse.
You may, Your Honor.
Instruction. And thank you very much, sir. Your excuse. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I think it.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Swear.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
May I have you speak up nice and loud? I can barely hear you, so we need to hear you back here when you testify, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Speak up nice and loud. Could you state your name?
My name is Emmett Tushin.
Can you spell it for us, please?
It's AIME and then TUYISHME.
May, I'd like to take you back to April 2022. Did you know Patrick Leoya?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
we was friends. He was like a brother.
When you were say his friends, how did you meet him?
Don't remember exactly. I just knew him in a town.
You know him in the town. Now, you're from Africa as well?
Yes.
Are you from the same place as Patrick?
I was born in Congo, raised in Rwanda.
You can speak up a little bit more so I can hear you.
Yes, I was born in Congo, but raised in Rwanda.
Was he from the same location
I think
as
so.
you?
I think so. I think it was from Congo. I'm not sure.
Did you speak the same language as him? He spoke Swahili.
Yeah, his Swahili was better than mine, but most of the time we spoke English.
So you communicated for English because you guys didn't share the same language. Is that correct?
We had the same language, but my Kiswahili it's not good.
Not good? So can you tell me the last time you saw Patrick? Can you go over that? Where were you with him on the last time you saw him?
We had just dropped somebody off. We started by his new place. He just had a new place. He was living like upstairs. They have a basement. We tell me he want to do haircuts over there. We just what was the question again?
You go back. You said you dropped somebody off. Do you remember who you dropped off?
Yeah, it was one of our friends. Yes.
You remember his name when you dropped off?
His name is Di Maria.
And in terms of before when you dropped him off, where did you come from to drop him off? Where had you and Patrick been before that?
Oh, we was at our other friend's house also. It was
Who was your other friend?
David.
So you had left from David's house?
Yes.
Whose car were you driving?
I wasn't driving.
Whose car were you in?
Patrick's car.
Was he driving his car?
Yes, yes.
So you remember where you dropped that friend off at?
Not exactly, but somewhere close to downtown.
That's the best location, somewhere close.
Yeah.
So you said after you dropped him off, you went to Patrick's apartment?
Yeah, he was telling me about it, what he wanna do over there, cause he just moved there. He like to cut hair also.
So did you go there?
I think we stayed outside in the parking lot, and then we was heading back to David's place.
So you never actually went inside Patrick's apartment?
No, I
You were
did
just
not.
outside the parking lot?
No, I didn't.
What was this, a house? Was it an apartment? What was it?
It's like a house. It's duplex. So you have upstairs, and then the basement you can do business or something.
So after you leave his apartment, where do you go?
I think we was heading back to David's place.
And so it's just the two of you in the car?
Yes, sir.
So what happens as you're driving your head? You think you're going back to David's place? What happens?
So we was just heading home, and then his car make a lot of noises.
Can you describe what did you hear? What kind of noises?
It's just like from the back. When you drive, you were just making too much noise. Because I remember I was just on the phone, and then he just pulled over. He's about to go check my car.
So you heard the noise?
Yeah, it was very loud noise. Wherever the air come from, I think in the back. Yes.
So then he pulled. What did he say? What did he say as he pulled over?
He said I'm about to go check my car. Was making a noise.
And did he stop the car at that point in time?
Yes.
So when he stops the car, could you describe to the jury what happens next when he stops the car?
So I was on the phone. When he stopped the car, he get out. Next thing I know, he was having some words with the officer.
When did you first realize a police officer was there?
I saw him. He was talking because he was talking. As the moment he stepped out, they started talking.
So you're still in the car?
Yes.
And you're in the passenger seat?
Yes.
So could you hear what they were talking about?
No, I couldn't hear. It was going back and forth. But I remember, I think Patrick said, check my ID, something like that, in the door of the thing.
So you kind of remember that?
I think, yeah.
Did you check? Did you look for it?
I think so. I think I did.
Now going back, this is 3 years ago. Had you been drinking that morning?
In the morning?
Yes.
Yes.
What were you drinking?
So in the morning, when we was at David's house, I know Patrick was sleeping. For me, at the best, I didn't really even sleep that night.
So you had been drinking all night?
Not like all night, just by hanging out with friends. Yes.
So you had been drinking,
So I didn't go to sleep. When we left David's house, Patrick was sleeping on the couch.
Did you stop and get any beers as you're driving around with Patrick?
Yes.
When did you do that?
After we dropped a friend off.
Before you went to the apartment?
I don't remember exactly before or after. I don't remember.
But at some point while you're driving, you did stop to get. What did you get?
Budweiser. It was a Budweiser in the car.
Was Patrick drinking as well?
I do remember.
So anyway, now we're back. We'll take you back to where you're stopped on the side of the road. Patrick's out. He's talking with the Grand Rapids officer. Did you notice any lights or anything like as you're pulling over?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it because I was on the phone, and then I was on the phone. All I heard was just noise. The car was making a lot of noise, and then he said he put it on the side. Said, "Let me go check my car. What's going on with it?"
So after he asked you for, check the glove compartment box, can you tell the jury what you remember next?
So him and the officer, they started going back and having some words, and then they went around the car to the glass. I see something was going on. That's when I step out the car, and then I just started recording.
So when you say they had words, did you hear the words?
No.
When they run around the car, can you describe that? What did you see specifically? What do you remember them running around the car?
They were just like wrestling. Yeah. They just went around the car, went to the glass.
We say grass?
Yes, grass.
You know how they got to the grass?
Yeah, like I said, they was going back and forth.
So did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
When did you get out of the car?
So after a while, I see him in the office going back and forth. It started looking bad. So I'm like, okay, let me just take out the phone and then just.
Why do you say you think it was looking bad?
Because they was going back and forth.
So what did you do when you saw it going bad and going back and forth?
So I just took out the phone and then All I heard we just shot. So
So when you say you took out a phone, whose phone did you take out?
it was mine.
It was your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And when you take out, you say you took it out, did you start recording a video?
Okay, so because before I was in the car, I was in the car, we got pulled over because also I was on the phone. So, but when I'm about to step out, I kind of like put it in a pocket, open the door, and then just take out, start recording.
So when you took it out again, that's when you started recording the video, what was going on?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, what do you remember, without seeing the video, what do you remember in terms of them going back and forth? Describe what you can.
It was happening fast. It was,
What did you see?
I saw the office on top of Patrick while I was recording, and then I already was parked. Then I think also he told me to stay back.
Who told you to stay back?
The office, I remember.
When you say you saw the officer on top of Patrick, when did you see him on top of him?
The same day we got pulled over.
Do you remember anything else other than that? How long, what was going on between the two?
After that happened, it came with like a bunch of police car. They put me in the car police who came downtown.
And that was after the police took you and put you in a police car, after this all happened?
Yes.
You need the video, please. I'm gonna say, Your Honor, this is gonna be exhibit 1, for the jury's benefit, because I don't think we were here, I think we stipulated to just about every video being played, that's a fair assessment. Yes, it is, Your Honor, we have no objection to this. And just, maybe you recognize this?
Yes.
This would be your cell phone video, is that true? This is the start of it?
Yes.
So this would be about where you're standing in this all when you started to get out of the car and started videotaping.
Yes.
Play it, Ira. Please.
Yo, Pat, you good at that. Yo, don't go in like that, though. I'm the same, man. I'm a black man trucker. Yeah. 1915, search more cars. Okay. Now, you say he's good for me, bro. Yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay. Do not resist it. Now, he's good, not resisting nothing, bro. Yo, come on, man. Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, bro. They call it taser. Let go of it. No, he good. Like, you can talk to him, bro. Yeah, man. Like, he good, bro. Like, you talk to him like good, like, and you, yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Now he good at first. Yo, you hit him too. Oh, taser! Now he ain't brought no taser. I see that. Let go of the taser. Stop taser! Get back! Get back! 1915. I'll just bullet shooting. Nothing great. Nelson, where's the grave on the floor?
I'd like to go, if that helps you remember something. There's something about get the keys. You said get the keys. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was,
Did you have the keys? You know what was that about?
I don't remember. But I did say I heard get the keys, but I don't remember what.
And did you have the keys for it? Did you have keys? Did you have the keys to the car? Did you?
Don't remember.
You also said something about, you heard say you hit him too. What do you recall? Who hit who?
Hmm?
There's something on the video, you said you hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Who hit him? Who hit who? Who's doing the hitting?
Because they was going back and forth still. I was speaking at the moment when I was there. So right now I can't say it.
It's hard for you to remember?
Yes.
I believe for Your Honor.
Actually, I think it's gonna be a while for your cross, so I was going to take a break, since it's been about almost 2 hours. So
That'd be great, Mayor.
I think now would be a good time to take our morning break. And so I apologize.
No, I'm just gonna move this microphone.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Tuyushene. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
My name is Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Scher. You testified on direct that you had a relationship with Patrick Leoya.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? Okay. I think you said he's a friend, like a brother.
Yes.
So you've known him a long time.
I know him for a while.
Okay. But you don't know his last name, did you?
Now I do, but before I didn't.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you didn't know Patrick Leoya's last name?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you referred to him by nickname, right?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
I think called him Pimp.
Pimp?
Yeah.
And I think you indicated that you spoke English to each other.
Yes.
And that's because any African languages you might use, it was easier to communicate in English than those languages. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no trouble understanding Patrick Leoya when he spoke English to you?
No.
And he had no trouble understanding English when you spoke to him?
Yeah, we communicate.
Okay, that's how you communicate, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the night before the incident. You were at your apartment, correct? Yes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That because we're recording everything, if you say or it's hard for the court reporter later to
Yeah, I'm
tell
sorry.
if it's
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
That's okay. If you could use yes or no, or even yeah or no, just something so we know whether you're agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm saying, okay?
No problem.
Okay. So you were at your apartment the night before?
Not my apartment. I was at a friend's apartment.
Okay. So did you live with David Bakuru?
Yeah, I have lived with David Bakuru. Yes.
Okay. Were you living with David Bakuru at the time?
No.
Where were you living at the time?
I had a roommate. Different roommate.
Okay. And where were you living at the time?
On East Bayline. Apartment on East Bayline.
Okay. So on this is Sunday, you went over to David Bakuru's apartment?
Yes.
When did you
we
get there?
spend it? It was we there for I think it was there for over the week because all day I think I was just there all day, Saturday too.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So you went to David Bakuru's apartment on Saturday?
I think Saturday, like late night, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The incident took place on Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know that?
Yes.
All right, so the day before that would be Sunday, right?
Yes.
The day before that would be Saturday.
Yes.
Is it your testimony that you were at David Bakuru's house on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't remember if I was there all day. Don't remember.
Okay, was Patrick Leoya there on Saturday?
Because I know he was with me too. I don't know if he came find us over there. I don't remember exactly if he came later on Saturday, come find us over there. For just been a while.
I understand. It's been a few years, right? Okay, so you may or may not have seen Patrick Leoya on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, and then you for sure saw him on Sunday?
Sunday was together.
And you saw him at David Bakuru's house on Sunday?
Yes.
All right. When did you go to David Bakuru's house on Sunday? What time of day?
I was Saturday, like I said, Saturday, I think I may come late, but I remember I was there all day Sunday. Okay. So I don't remember exactly the time.
All right, so I want to focus your attention on Sunday, the day before the incident.
Okay.
At some point, you're at David Bakuru's house, right?
Yes.
And you don't live there?
No.
Okay. What were you guys doing on Sunday at David Bakuru's house?
Well, we was listening to like some African music, just hanging out, really.
And who was there?
It was some other guys from the town. I think Di Maria, Matendo, Ben, also Patrick.
Okay, and I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little bit too. You have a soft voice, so do I actually. So I always try to find the microphone. So you don't have to yell, just to get as close to the microphone as you can.
Okay.
Okay. So you said Di Maria was there?
Yes.
Is that a first name or a last name?
First name.
And who else?
David, Patrick, Ben also. That's the people I remember. And Matendo also.
So Di Maria, David, Patrick, and who?
Matendo.
Matendo? And anybody else?
That's what I'm remembering so far.
Okay. And you guys were hanging out?
Yes, hanging out.
And you were drinking?
Also, there was some drinks there.
You were drinking? Was Patrick Leolia drinking?
Yes, yes, he was.
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Huh?
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Don't remember, but I know he like Budweiser. So.
And you guys were drinking all day?
Yes, we're just there hanging out. It's not like drink back to back, but just hanging out, listen to music.
Did you go to sleep that night on Sunday?
No, I did. I was up.
You pulled an all-nighter?
Yes.
And Patrick went to sleep at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so he had been drinking. He decided he wanted to go to sleep.
I don't know. He just was just laying down in the couch. He was about to get some rest.
Okay, so is the couch in the main room where everybody's
Yes,
hanging
in
out?
the living room, yes.
And he's got all his clothes on?
Yes.
Is it fair to say he was passed out?
No, he was not passed out. He was good. He was not passed out.
You guys were talking and having a good time, right?
Yes.
He's on the couch with all his clothes on.
Yes.
And he'd be drinking.
Yes.
So you stayed up all night until the early morning of Monday, April 4th. Is it fair to say you were drunk?
Yeah, I was bad.
I'm sorry?
I was a little bit bad. I was not too drunk.
That's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. You're not too drunk?
Yeah.
You're kind of drunk.
Because, I walked to the car. I'm still be able to move around.
Okay. So you decide to go somewhere on Monday morning.
Yes.
And you're going with Patrick Leolia, right?
Yes.
Where are you going?
We was about to, one of our friends, he had to take his daughter to school. So we wake Patrick up so he can be able to drop him to his house so he can take his daughter to school.
Okay, so everybody's drinking in this apartment, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if everybody, because I was looking who's drinking or not. I know I was, but I don't know if everybody was.
All right, and so you decide that you need to take someone for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
And so Patrick Leolia gets behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I know it's
not
normal
used to-
conversation,
I'm
so,
not even-
but for the record, you have to say yes or no, okay? Okay. So why are you going with Patrick Leolia to drop someone else off so he can take his child to school?
It looked like he got some rest. They would just ask him a ride at the moment. Really, I didn't have a car. Also, the other guy didn't have his car with him.
Okay, and why are you going?
Just going. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And so who is the friend that you had to drop off so he could take his child to school?
His name was Di Maria.
Di Maria?
Yes.
And had he been up all night drinking too?
Don't remember.
Okay. And he was going to take his kid to school?
They say he had to take his daughter to take her to school. I don't remember something like that.
Okay. All right, so it's about 8 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
All right. And I think you testified when the prosecutor was asking you questions that you went and saw Patrick Leolia's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, is that where he lived?
Yeah, because he told me he just moved there. He was trying to start a business, cutting hair. He likes to cut hair.
But this was a residential place where he would live, right? Was he going to cut hair out of this place, or was he going to live
so
there?
it was like a duplex. Actually, it's right around the corner where the accident happened. So it was like a duplex. It's a place upstairs and then in the basement. You can store people walking on the street.
Okay, and was he going to work as a hair cutter out of the basement?
Yeah, he said he wanna start a business cutting his own haircut. He's cutting people hair.
All right, so you're driving around, you see Patrick Leo's place, and then you decide to drive some more, and then you decided you're going to go get something more to drink
Yeah, maybe I will grab some beer.
at 8 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, I don't remember exactly the time was.
You grab some Budweiser,
Yes.
and Patrick Leo got behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. And he's driving around drunk, right?
I don't know if he was drunk because I know he did get some rest when he was at home. So we thought actually he was good to drive because he got some rest. He slept.
Does he even have a driver's license?
He should. He drives.
He should, right? But do you know if he actually has one?
But I never asked.
Okay. And after a night of drinking, because he was passed out on the couch, you thought it was okay for him to drive. Is that right? Is that fair?
I don't think he was passed out. Just because there's a lot of people, he just want to get some rest. Passed out, I don't think passed out.
Okay, so you're driving around, and I think you said Patrick Leo says there's something wrong with his car.
Yes.
And then he starts making right turns, right?
No, so because this car was, even when we left the place, this car was making a lot of noise. With this, so we went to drop my friend up, it was not making a lot of noise, and the car started making a lot of noises. Whatever the air comes in, and I don't.
All right, so wherever the air comes in, it was making noise.
Yeah, the car was making noise. Okay. So it started making really noise, and then he said, "Okay, let me go check this out. Let's see what's going on with the car."
All right, and did he take any turns?
Yeah, he went to, yes. So he was driving, and then I remember he turned it like right. He said turn it right to go check out the car.
And then he took another right.
It was one right because we was on the main road, and then he took it right.
And then he took another right.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes.
You knew there were police behind you, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I was on the phone. I didn't even hear the lights. That was the problem.
All right, I think you said there was noise out of the back, and then Mr. Leoya said to you, "I'm going to go check the noise."
I'm gonna go check the. That's why I put off this at the road, the main road where I was on. That's why, because that's what I'm thinking. I'm on the phone. Yes.
So he was going to go check that noise.
Yeah, what's going on with the car?
All right. Is Mr. Leoya a mechanic?
I never seen him fix cars.
All right. So there's a noise. You want to listen to the noise. He jumps out of the car, quickly gets out of the car. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And before he did so, he turned the car off, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And if it's a noise, you would think he would want to keep the car on, right?
What's the question again?
Do you see Mr. Leoya turn the car off?
No, I don't remember. Because I know he just put in the parking, then go check the car. So I remember. Excuse me.
Well, if he's going to go check the car and the noise is in the back, did you notice he went to the front of the car?
No, I saw him get it now. I didn't notice. I just saw him behind it.
Did Patrick Leo say anything like the car is broken down?
No.
Did he complain about the noise?
Yes, the noise because it started getting worse.
Okay, and then when did you notice that there was a police car with his lights on behind you?
So once Patrick got up, I heard him and the officer having some words. That's what I knew. I think, if I remember, I think also the police officer, he came. I think, I don't know if he was there in the car also talking to him. So I don't remember that one, but I don't remember. But when I exactly remember when he got the car, and then I saw him, they start having words back and forth.
So you're saying it's a coincidence that at the moment Patrick Leo got out of his car to check the noise, there happened to be a police officer pulling him over?
Yes.
So after you saw that there was a police officer and he was talking to Patrick Leoya, did Patrick Leoya open the door to the car?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Did he ask you for his ID?
I know. I remember he said check something in my car. So
He asked you to open the glove box and look for his.
I think so. But I don't remember exactly, but I think check my ID, go check direct deposit for the ID.
Okay, and there was no ID in there, right?
It was like I don't remember, because I remember giving him ID. I didn't see. I didn't see it.
Well, you guys had bought beer earlier in the morning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you get carded? You know what I mean by that? Did anybody ask you for your ID when you bought the beer?
Yes, I think
Okay.
I had my ID.
Okay, and so you bought the beer?
Yeah, for that. I don't know who paid for it, but I have my ID. I probably ended up paying it, the bills.
Okay, and you keep your ID in your wallet?
Was it yes.
Okay, and Patrick Leo had his wallet in his pants, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he's asking you to look for his driver's license in the glove box.
He asked me to look for so.
And you did not find one?
I don't remember finding.
Were there any IDs in the car of which you were aware?
Did I see ID? I don't remember. I don't recall it.
All right, so you said that you started filming because things were looking bad. And certainly this did look bad, right? Patrick had been drinking and driving. You knew that.
Like I said, he was sleeping. So we thought he got some rest. He was be able to go to drive. So I was not in him for me to know if he was drunk. It
Okay.
seemed like he was driving fine. But,
Did you guys have open beer in the car?
yes.
Did you think that was okay?
No, that was not okay.
Okay, because you can't drive around with open beer in the car.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
I'm sorry?
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
Like I said, I was told. I don't know what you consider drunk. Like, what drunk, not remember anything happened? Or what kind of drunk you consider?
Well, there's blackout drunk, right?
Yes.
You weren't blackout drunk where you can't remember anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's drunk where your ability to perceive what's going on is affected by the alcohol in your system. Do you think you were drunk?
I was still active. I was not.
Okay, so you get out of the car about after Officer Schur, the police officer, follows him around the back of the car, right?
Yeah, they was going back and forth.
Okay, before he followed him, did you see Patrick Lewis shove Officer Schur?
They both was kind of aggressive with each other.
And before, did you see Patrick shove Officer Schur?
No, I don't recall it. No.
You don't remember Patrick shoving Officer Schur?
No.
But you remember Officer Schur shoving him?
No, it was two people going back and forth.
Like fighting?
It looked like.
And then did you see Patrick Leoya run around the back of the car?
Don't remember that one. Because I know they went to the back. So if it was running, I don't remember. Because I was still in the car still.
Okay, but at that point, did you put your phone down? I know you were playing on your phone, right?
Yes.
Once you noticed the commotion, did you start watching?
I kind of did, yes.
And at some point, you saw Officer Schur tackle Patrick Leoya, right?
It's not so. It was two people. So I didn't see if he attacked. I saw them aggressive with each other. That's why I decided I'm like, okay, something's going on. Let me then take my phone and start recording.
Okay, all right. Did you see with your eyes Officer Schur tackle Patrick Leoya on the grass?
When I saw he was on top of Patrick, but don't remember him like attack. But or I saw he was on top of Patrick.
Okay, so there was a lot of back and forth, as you say.
Yes.
And that it was on the neighbors on the lawn, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw, you got out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you saw a neighbor come out?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing anybody else coming.
Okay, on your video, Mr. McFarland, can you pull up stipulated exhibit, Your Honor? Steve, just focus on the cell phone video. And, yes, this is B. I think if you could focus on just the cell phone video that Mr. T. Shunny took. This is, Your Honor, we have, there's two ways we can do this. There's a time notation that you see in green numerals, or the RFN number. And you're gonna hear more about the RFN number later, but they break down by within the second, the actual frame.
Okay.
So this is RFN 155 for the record.
Thank you.
Oh, 4. Let's do that, right?
1,155.
Oh, this is Defense Exhibit A.
And that reflects 25.
It does. And the time is right above it as well.
I just wanted to make it clear for the record.
No, I appreciate that.
What part that's wrong with you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Chiusheme, what's on the screen is your cell phone video. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from your vantage point.
Yes.
All right, so you see the guy in the white t-shirt there?
Yes.
And I know you can see him now because the video, but at the time you don't even remember that person being there?
No, it's because it was happening real fast. When I took out the phone, so I wasn't paying attention to.
You didn't hear him talking to you?
I don't remember, but I think I heard some words, but I don't remember the Quran.
Okay, if we could go and have ready to go RFN 4956. All right, so Mr. Chiusheme, so this altercation occurs between Patrick Leoya and Officer Scher, right? You're filming it. Patrick Leoya starts trying to communicate with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's doing it in English, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're actually giving some kind of play-by-play on the video, right? You're talking to yourself?
I was talking, just looking at, because I had the phone, sometimes my just put it down, not down, but I was talking what I keep saying.
Okay. And since you brought it up, you put the phone down.
No, not the down, like when you have camera and then you sideways, yeah.
So there's some part of your film that we're looking at the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why did you do that? Do you recall?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right, and so you heard Patrick Leoya yell at you, get the keys. If we can play 4956. You might need to back that up. Do you hear Patrick yelling at you to get the keys?
Yeah.
And he's looking at you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and I think you testified on direct. You don't know why he's yelling at you to get the keys.
Mm-mm. No.
He wasn't asking you to start the car?
No.
All right. And he does it 2 more times, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I just found that, yeah.
Now, you heard the officer at the time was trying to arrest Patrick, right?
Trying to arrest?
He kept saying, stop resisting.
Okay.
Right? Do you remember that?
Well, like I said, there was things going on between 2 officers, Patrick and the officer. Really, I just took out the phone, started recording.
Mm-hmm.
So, no.
You saw the officer trying to get Patrick under arrest, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew Patrick Leoya had been drinking and driving, right?
He was asleep. You keep asking me the same thing, different angles. But for me, Patrick got some rest. But you say he was passed out. He got some rest, and then we say, Patrick, maybe it was good to drive. So
Okay.
I don't know if it was.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I don't know why.
And you let your other friend go drive his kid to school, right?
No, he didn't. I don't know if he drove the kid to school because we dropped him off. But you keep asking me different.
Well, because you're saying, you're telling the officer. I'd like to ask a question, Your Honor. You are telling the officer to stop grabbing him like that, right?
Yeah, I heard in the video. Just heard, yes.
So you're telling the officer not to arrest him?
I'm not telling no officer what to do.
So now at the time, and I'm not talking about what you saw in the video, you saw Patrick Leoya grab the taser, right?
I saw also in the video.
You saw him on the video do that. Okay. And you heard the officer tell him to drop the taser, right?
I heard, yes.
And now, after Mr. Leolia is shot, other police officers show up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they, you're still there, you're outside the car, right?
Yes.
And they tell you to put your hands on your head, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And they tell you to back up, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
Okay, because you know that in that situation, you have to comply with the commands of the police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you telling Officer Schur to let Patrick Leolia go when he's telling him to stop resisting?
So exactly what you were asking. I'm not. I was just speaking as I saw the video, and then I'm not in a position to tell the officer what to do.
Okay, but you were, right?
I was. I feel like I wasn't.
Stop grabbing him that way?
Huh? Sorry.
You were telling the officer to stop grabbing him that way.
I saw them. They was fighting, but not fighting, going back and forth.
Nothing further on. Nothing further on.
May this witness be excused?
Give me your honor.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Only Butler?
Good morning. And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear to you.
Do you have to swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Wayne Butler, WayneButler.
Sure, I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. Were you living in the area of Nelson and Griggs in the city of Fairbanks?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell what were you doing that morning at your house?
I was actually just getting out of the shower. Yeah, I was just getting out of the shower.
Okay, as you're getting out of the shower, did something catch your attention?
Yeah.
Unusual happening in your neighborhood?
Yeah, so I was getting out of the shower. I go to my bedroom and I notice, my shades were shut, but I noticed like police lights. And, it's kind of odd because I'm, far in. To this day, nobody's been pulled over in front of my, one of those kind of things. It's not like, anyway, so it was an odd occurrence. And so I look out and I just looked under the blinds and I saw it was like a traffic stop. And it proceeded me to go downstairs and kind of see what was going on. I kind of raced down, put my shorts on or pants or whatever it was that morning, t-shirt.
Now you say when you looked at, I guess the initial, when you look out of your blinds, you say it's a traffic. What did you see specifically traffic stop?
I saw the car that was being pulled over here and then the officer's car behind it. And I don't even quite remember if the officer had got out at that point. I don't even know if they had gotten into that. I believe that by the time I had got my pants on real quick and went downstairs to see what was going on, it had just started. That's what I recall.
When you say it just started, what do you mean it just started?
That's 60-second or minute and 30 seconds. That was, what I guess the video that everyone's seen.
Okay. So I guess, without getting the video right now, tell the jury, when you come downstairs, put your pants, where do you go?
So I'm on my porch and it's closed in. So I'm just kind of like observing what's going on at the time. And then I see Patrick get out and he's out of his car. That was the first thing. I'm like, man, you're supposed to get out of the car. But then I see this tussle proceed. And yeah, it was horrific. I mean, the first thing I kind of noticed that kind of caught my attention was something that was black fell off. And at first I thought it was an officer's gun and I didn't want to get shot. Like immediately that's where my mind went. This tussle was going to end up in someone dying, and I didn't know what. It's just like one of those things your spirit tells you. You don't know, but you don't know what to do.
So you stop right there.
Okay.
You try and think of what you
Okay.
saw.
Yeah, okay,
What you saw, what you remember. So when you see where's this initial tussle that you see when you're standing on your porch?
It comes from the street and it goes like to my front lawn. So in the front lawn is where I saw the black thing fall off. And I guess it ended up being a shoe or maybe a walkie-talkie or something. Yeah, that's what I.
Describe a little bit better for the jury. What do you see the tussle then? Now they're in the front yard.
Okay.
What describes the tussle?
So the tussle is like the officer has Patrick and he's running. So the car is here and he's like running in like a circle. Like like if somebody was running, they were committing a crime, like they'd run straight, right? But he was running in like a circle. And then there was this guy and he's just videotaping this whole thing. And I'm like, what is going on here? You know, this is all the way out of control. It's a wrestling match that like, what I saw was a wrestling match where Patrick didn't fight back, but he didn't like physically fight back and the officer like had control of him, but it was a tussle. If that can explain it best,
So you talk about a wrestling match and a tussle.
Yes.
When you say, what do you mean Patrick didn't fight back?
Meaning like he was like he didn't lay down. Like my daughter wrestles, right? So he was like the one on the ground the whole time. But he wasn't like just like put your hands behind your back. He wasn't complying. But he also wasn't like fighting the officer off. It wasn't that kind of thing. You know, the officer was on top of him, holding him down, and he was trying to work his way. That's what I mean by tussle. You know, if you can kind of picture that.
So this is happening essentially in your yard?
Yes.
So what happened, this tussle? What happens after this?
Then Patrick gets up and then it goes next door.
How does it go next door? Describe what
So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but please let him finish the question completely. I know you don't testify every day, but just let him finish the complete question.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then answer,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you're talking over each other.
I'm sorry.
And then that makes it hard when someone wants to transcribe later.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So if you can ask.
So you go back in terms of, so you say he gets up, you saw Patrick get up, describe to the jury what you saw as they move into the next yard.
If you've ever seen like a wrestling match, you know, like in a wrestling match, like WWE, I'm not a big wrestler, but I'm just saying like a wrestling match, they engage and then they break apart, you know, and then like, I don't know how to describe it other than like, in that time, Patrick, like he could have ran away. The officer could have called for backup in this re-engagement period.
What you saw and heard, how what they could have done, that's you just described what you saw and heard.
Okay, so I went out there at that point, and how it got to the other part of the lawn, he got up and was kind of trying to pull his pants up and kind of ran over to the other side, and the officer, then they re-engaged and kind of wrestled over there. When they were in my front yard, I remember telling him to just stay down, you know, Patrick. I remember telling Patrick to stay down, and he got back up, and I know I'm not doing a great job. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you say, well, they're on the ground in front of your house after they walk across. Do you see Patrick punch, or any punches or anything like recent?
No.
Any kicking by Patrick, anything along those lines?
No.
Never saw that as they transitioned into the other yard.
No.
So what happens when they get over the other yard? Can you describe again? What happened? What do you see?
So when they get into the other yard, I remember the officer shooting the taser, and the taser didn't work. Like it shot him and it went in his clothes. I don't know how they work, but it didn't like the effect didn't happen. And they were both like kind of surprised that didn't like stop the situation.
Could you go in a little bit? What did you see? Can you describe a little bit better for the jury what you saw that taser shot? How a little more detail? What you saw the two of them doing? How are they positioned? What exactly did you see?
They're like maybe say 3 to 6 feet apart. And he deploys the taser, and then Patrick kind of gets it in his chest and kind of like pulls it out, and then they re-engage, and then that's where he's trying to like keep the taser down.
Who's trying to keep the taser?
Patrick was trying to keep the taser, like he was trying to like keep the taser away from him. And then I ran upstairs to go get my phone like the other gentleman. And
why did you do that?
Because I didn't know that there was anything else that I could do at this point. I felt like I talked to the officer, I talked to Patrick. And maybe I didn't. Maybe there was more I could have done. But
You say you talked to the officer. What do you mean by that?
I just told them both. I just said, "Hey, stay down, just relax, chill. Hey, get your guy." I was just trying to calm the situation, and I think when I went upstairs, if I didn't go upstairs, I think if somebody had been there to oversee the situation, it might have not.
Now going back in terms of when you're there, just as you're standing outside, did you hear Patrick? What did you hear Patrick say? Did you hear Patrick say anything?
I don't know. I can't testify to anything. I don't know. It was really a traumatic experience. It was very, very traumatic. And like a lot of it's blocked out, and I'm only going to tell you what I know to be a fact.
What did you remember the officer saying?
I don't know. I think I blocked out a lot of those words. I just remember the actions and the moment and the feeling.
Now, you went upstairs, so you didn't see how it ended.
Yes.
Did you hear anything after you went upstairs?
Yes. So I ran upstairs and I actually timed myself like before, just so I'd have like the proper information for the jury. And it's like 7 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, grab my phone off the bed, run back downstairs. And by the time I got to like the third step, I heard the pop, like the third step from the floor. I heard a pop, and I looked, And then he stepped back and he said, "Officer involved shooting." And yeah, that was.
And you were inside your house at that point in time?
No, I just got back. Yeah, when the shot went off. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Now we're going to show you Exhibit 1 of the video again. Go through it a little bit with you. Put it up on the screen, please. Hey, dim lights, please, if you could. There's a laser pointer right here.
Okay.
Now you recognize this?
Yep.
What's on the video here?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You recognize this as?
That's my house, and that's my fiance's car.
And are you in this?
Yes, that's me in the
You
white
use laser
shirt.
pointer,
Oh,
right?
sorry,
That's
sorry. That's me in the white shirt.
So this is after you come outside.
Yes.
How long, I guess, how long were you standing there after the running? Were you outside when the running occurred? You talk about running around the car.
Yeah, so I was here for most of it, and then I came out once it got to be like this, and I believe that's where I was saying just stay down. But I wanted to keep the distance. Like you notice where I'm positioned with the car. I didn't want to get shot. Like in my whole time in my mind, and I know it's just my opinion, but this is why I'm positioned like this, because somebody's going to get shot. If you wake up in the morning and you see this, this isn't going to end good.
All right, so just
Sorry.
right there.
Okay.
So we're going to play a little bit more.
Yeah, man, you good. Don't go in like that, though. I'm a black man too.
Did you hear that? I'm a black man too?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Who are you talking to at that
I was talking to Patrick. I was just telling him, man, come on. I know it might not be your day, man, but you got to stay down to live.
Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. 1915, several more cars. Okay. Man, you say he's good, brother. Yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay.
Now you're off the screen. Are you still watching this?
Yes.
So you're
Yeah.
watching, have you moved at
No,
all?
I'm still behind the car. Yeah.
But in terms of,
I'm where I can see. Yes.
in terms of where I can see, from this point, there's sometimes where the screen goes out. Did you ever see Patrick throw a punch?
No.
Ever see Patrick kick?
No.
Did Patrick throw a headbutt or anything?
No.
Patrick was just walking along as he sees in the video.
Yeah. Yes.
Not resisting. Now you good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Come on, dog. I heard that.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Who were you talking about?
Just like the whole situation, like just stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. Just stop. Like this is an officer of the law. And like in America's history, this is how it ends every time.
If just stop right there. So if you just stop right there. But you're just trying. You're talking.
Yes. I was just trying to reason with the person that needed to be I felt could reason with. I didn't know I could reason with the officer necessarily.
Play a little bit longer.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
So I'm gonna stop right there. Did you see this? Do you remember when?
Yeah, I remember him trying to hold back the taser. I remember the taser coming out and then the taser not working.
You say who's trying to hold back the taser?
Like Patrick was trying to hold off the taser in the struggle. Like he was trying not to get tased.
Do you remember were you outside for this part?
I don't quite remember. I think I might have gone upstairs in that last couple 6 seconds. Oh no, I was there for that part. Yeah, because they were struggling over the taser.
Like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Do you remember if you were outside this point in time? You don't.
I'm not sure. I probably was. I went upstairs for that last 6 seconds of the video, as I said. That's where I know to be a fact.
So just before the shot was, that's when you were outside.
Yes.
And once again, at any point in time when you were outside watching that, did you see punching, kicking, hitting like that?
No.
Did you hear him say anything the officer threatened anything?
No.
Everything what you heard is basically captured on the cell phone.
Absolutely.
Nothing. You didn't hear anything different. You remember?
No.
So you came back outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like stop grabbing him like that. Like he good at first. Yo, you hear him too. Taser. Now he ain't brought no taser. Honestly, I see that. Let go taser. Stop taser.
is this when you came back outside?
Yes.
So this is what you saw when you
Yeah.
came back out?
Yeah. And I saw him backing up, saying officer involved shooting. He called it in right away.
Get back!
That's what I saw.
Get back!
So that's what you saw as
Yeah.
him backing up?
Yeah. I didn't quite see the get back, but I did see that.
I guess during this whole incident, you see the person that you didn't know Patrick, you didn't know.
I know nobody.
The person taking the cell phone, did you ever see him approach any closer than?
No. No.
What was he doing?
He was just recording.
Over here? Did you see Patrick with any weapons, anything?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further on. Mr. Butler, do
Hey, how's it going, sir?
you need water, sir?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
That's what it's for, yeah. It's not a test to see how long you can go without water. Help yourself. Do you help? You've never testified before? I guess you testified once.
Yeah.
Okay. Take your time. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we've established that you didn't see everything.
Yes.
And you ran upstairs kind of during the critical moment, right?
The last 6 seconds, God spared my eyes. Yes.
And if we could switch over to the fence. And Mr. McFarland, if I can get the video. This is exhibit A. And if you could go to RFN 3625. And if we could dim the lights, please. And then if you could zoom in on the dash cam we gave us in front. Mr. Butler, do you still have the?
Yes,
laser
sir.
pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize what's been displayed on this screen as this is Defense Exhibit A, and it's at RFN 3625. Your house is in the foreground there,
Yes, sir.
and that's you in the white T-shirt.
Yes, sir.
And you're just getting ready for work, right?
That's it.
Yeah. You weren't planning on this in your day, right?
No, sir.
Okay. What time do you normally go to work?
That morning I was actually heading to the auction in Jenison.
Okay.
Yeah. So about 9 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. What kind of auction?
Car auction.
Okay, so that's what you do for a living?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're coming out, and for the record, is that about the time when you came out of your house? Is that fair? I can back it up a little bit if you want. I just want to get the time when you actually came out.
No, I didn't appear. So I was on my porch with the door closed first, like watching from a safe place. And then when I saw it escalated, I figured I should step outside, and that's when you see me kind of intervene. So when you see me off of the porch, I'm probably on the porch maybe another, 20 seconds. I don't know how much, but I was on the porch prior watching. I didn't just jump out into action. I was kind of observing to see what was going to happen first.
All right. Were you watching through that door that is now open?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. McFarland, if you could back it up. Okay, stop there. So it's kind of hard to see, but you can see you're watching there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're through the door, and there's a car between you and Mr. Leonia and Officer Sher.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And they're on the ground at this point.
Yeah.
Right? So were you able to see them on the ground, or did you come out to get a better view?
I came out to see what was going on. Yeah.
So you don't have a full picture of what's going on. Did you see? If we go back another 5 seconds.
This is our 353.
Okay. Okay, stop there.
I stopped at 3406.
I think you're on it. It's not clear. RFN 3406. I'm showing you. It appears that you're not in the doorway. Is that fair?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any recollection of where you were at this point?
Maybe on the way down the stairs.
When you first noticed something was going on, were you upstairs?
Yeah, I was in the window to the left.
Okay.
The upstairs window to the left.
And your stairs are sort of just down the corner. You come down. And
exactly. That window right there on the side is to my steps.
Okay. And if you could point with it on the laser pointer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So my steps. This is my bathroom. And anyways, I came right down the steps. But this is where I observed it from that window. The initial lights.
Okay. And so you came down, and if we could play it forward. And we stopped there. And now we've stopped at RFN 3887. And at this point, you have a very close eye contact with the officer, and the person he's trying to arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified you don't know either of these people,
No,
right?
no.
There's just an officer and a person on your, is it your lawn or the neighbor's lawn?
That is my lawn there. Well, it's right behind my fiance's. That's I didn't want the cars to get damaged. Or I didn't, I mean, I'm just think about it, and yeah, my neighbor's lawn is next door, sir. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's, so they're on your neighbor's lawn.
That's my neighbor's lawn. I'm sorry, this is my lawn.
Okay, and you used the laser pointer to show that your lawn is adjacent to the one that the two people fighting are on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and now if we could go to RFN 6056. And if we could blow up on the dash cam. Okay. And now, so this is later on. This is after Mr. Leoya and the officer have moved across the lawn.
Okay.
Okay. Can you still see yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still watching.
Yes.
And if we could go forward. Play forward, please.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, man.
Stop there, please. So at 6603, RFN 6603, you poke back out after going inside, right?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. And you appear to be talking.
Okay.
Is this when you're talking to the passenger of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be looking at you?
No, sir.
He wasn't looking at you?
Oh, well, no, maybe he was looking at me, but he wasn't responding to me.
Did you make eye contact with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I was speaking
If you
directly
remember.
to him. Yes.
Okay, keep on, play forward, please.
Yeah. Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like, can you, yeah. Stop dragging him like, no. Like, he good at first. No, you hit him too. Now he ain't brought no thing.
Stop there. Okay, can you describe what you're doing at RFN 7314?
To be completely honest, sir, I'm not even sure. I mean, at some point I was speaking to the gentleman here, and I was telling him to get your guy, but I don't know what I was doing specifically at the moment.
You can still see yourself in the house there, can't you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your white t-shirt.
Yes.
Fortunately, you're wearing white because it makes it easier to see you behind the screen.
Yeah,
door, right?
yes.
And is this the point where you think you might have gone upstairs? We could play a little further. Would that help?
Yeah, it would help. It really would.
Okay, stop there. Oh, well, can you go a little further so we don't have a windshield wiper blade? Okay, so do you see yourself anymore?
No, I don't.
And we are at RFN 7415. So is it fair to say that at this point, you are going up the stairs, not watching what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right, now if we could go to RFN 8396. And if you could blow up. All right, at RFN 8396, do you see yourself opening the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this consistent with what you recall when you came back down?
Yes.
Okay, and we can take that off and turn the lights on. Now, I think you indicated that you talked to Mr. Leoya, right?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get him to not resist arrest. Is that fair?
Yeah, to comply.
To comply with what the officer's telling him to do.
Correct.
Okay. You also talked to the passenger of the car.
Yes.
I think I heard you say, tell your boy to do something.
Yeah.
Okay. And You did not see any assistance from the passenger.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You saw Officer Sure breathing heavy? Or
Yes.
heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew the officer was tired?
Yes.
Okay. You saw him completely out of breath?
Yes.
Okay.
They were both exhausted.
Okay. It was your perception that
My perception.
both of them were
Yes.
both exhausted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe you said that you saw him grab the taser
Yes.
and move
yes.
it aside?
Yeah, they were like struggling over the taser. Yes.
Okay. Did you saw Mr. Leolia pulling at the taser?
Like, I guess you could say that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Pulling at it is trying to
Grab it?
no, not take it away, but to avoid it.
Well, you saw him get the taser, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes,
Okay.
yes, they struggled over it. Yeah.
All right. And since this happened, you saw all these videos, right?
Yes,
And
yes,
you talked
yes.
to a lot of people?
Well, I've seen the video enough that one needs to see it. That was
Okay.
there.
All right. And again, you're being very conscientious of this, so I appreciate you not testifying to things you never saw.
That's
Right.
that's
And
all. I wanna-
nobody's asking you to do
Yes, yes, sir.
that. All right. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Your Honor.
Just some follow-up, Governor. I'm gonna need our video if you could, please. It's gonna be exhibit 2. We're gonna go to exhibit 2. This is another stipulated, kind of same stuff we've seen, but just somewhere. This is our exhibit 2. So you dim the lights, please. Going over a little bit of the same ground, but I want to make sure I'm clear here.
Okay.
This is exhibit 2, the in-car video that's been stipulated to our exhibit 2, and we're at about 145. We don't have the AR fans, we're about 145 into it. Now, from our view here, it doesn't look like you're in your door. Can you see yourself there?
No, I don't. Not yet, sir.
I'm gonna play it here. Okay, can you see it there? Can you see yourself now?
Yes.
Once again, you talk, on your direct exam, you're talking about kind of a circle run.
Right, because I was upstairs in this room, and that's when I saw the lights, and I saw the stop, and I saw him get out. And then when I came down, I see him on the other side of the car doing this. So to me, it's running in a circle. You know, if you don't plan on this, you wake up, you come downstairs, and you see this, someone's running in a circle.
And that's what I was going to ask you. How did you see that? Because this is maybe backing up a little bit. Go back 10 seconds. So 143. You're not in the window.
No, I believe I'm right up there now. But yes.
I'll just play it again. Kind of going right there. Did you see any of that?
No, not that I recall.
So this is kind of when you pick it up then.
Right, when I pop out, yeah.
That's when you pop out here. And what made you come outside there?
The tussle in the front lawn.
So you just want to kind of lend your assistance?
Well, it's on your property. When God brings something to you on your front doorstep, it doesn't get any more literal than that if you're a person of faith.
Okay, we'll follow up a little bit here because some of this is not. And we testified earlier, this is when you're talking about the wrestling.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of when the being on the wrestling, who is on the bottom?
Patrick was on the bottom at all
The officer is on the top
at all times.
at all times.
Well, he had control the whole time. The officer had control the whole time. As I testified before, I'm a sports fan. It's like watching a game where the team has the lead the whole time. It might be close, but one team has the lead the entire game.
So I guess who's having the lead the entire game is what you're saying.
The officer had the lead.
I'm going right here. I'm going to let it run, but you can still see over the car here.
Yes.
And is this the point where the taser was grabbed?
Yeah.
Mr. Borgula asked you on direct in terms of, you said, no, not trying to take it away. Can you just, why do you tell the jury? Why are you saying that to the jury?
So in my opinion, what it felt like to me is he wasn't trying to get tased. Once and again, whether that's right or not, it wasn't like he was going to take the taser the way I felt. He wasn't going to take the taser and use it. I saw him like, if this is the taser, he was like holding it down, holding it away from him type of deal. It wasn't, I don't know. I think that's the best way to.
But you can see that over the car, even over the car.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further. Nothing further.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I know, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, all right, y'all. So that was pretty much all the testimony that occurred in day one. So we'll pick up with day two, just because I think that this is going to be a good trial to go ahead and see through the end. I'm very interested in us comparing this trial to the other trial because, the circumstances are different. And I think it makes for good conversation. So that's what's happening here. If you are waiting for the Tyre Nichols trials to start, they are back on the seal. They've been there for a while, but they haven't actually started or resumed court in that courtroom yet. But it's 2:30 my time, and so my son's got to be up at the school at 5:30. So I'm gonna do a little bit before we have to get out here for the day. So I'm actually gonna end my stream. Hopefully I'll be able to listen to the rest of the trial as I maneuver through the rest of the day, and we shall pick back up tomorrow. So I hope you all have a good rest of the day. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. And remember, if you don't want to watch Karen read, this is where you need to be. All right, y'all have a good night. That was a lot, Shay. Look at D Wood. You too, Auntie. See y'all somewhere in these YT streets, says Shay. That's D Wood out there hitting on the judge. All right, y'all. Later.